immunity from infectious diseases was to get them vaccinated and work to prevent their spread. That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Remember, the best way to stay engaged is to stay informed. You can do that by following us on social media at SLC.gov, by subscribing to us on YouTube, or watching us on Channel 17. So, for Channel 17, Salt Lake City TV, I'm Brian Young.
Mood swings, hyperactivity, and erratic sleep patterns. Things I should have picked up on in one of the most important people in my life. My own daughter. Fortunately, someone did.
To learn more, go to nmethnow.org or call 211.
If you store your guns properly,
I'll feel safer when I'm playing outside.
Safer when walking home.
And I won't have to tell my kids, this isn't a drill.
Never let your gun get into the wrong hands. Always lock it up.
Our sensors indicate a huge whirling belt of alien matter approaching the Enterprise at warp 6.
Red alert, repeat, red alert. Activate view screen, Mr. Sulu.
What you're looking at, Captain, is the Romvian pollution belt, formed hundreds of years ago.
Wasn't it before people became aware of pollution and began pointing it out?
Exactly. Once enough people started pointing out pollution, the pollution stopped.
Yes, Mr. Spock. People finally got the point.
In 1909, the Salt Lake Herald-Republican newspaper ran an unusual contest to bolster readership. They hired a young woman in disguise artist named Dolly Dimples and offered a reward for her capture within a 2-week span. If you had the current day's paper when you spotted her and spoke a code phrase, you'd get $50. If you happened to have your receipt for a subscription to the paper, that day's issue, and the catchphrase, you'd get $500. She would roam the city in disguises and then write about her exploits in the next day's paper. After 2 weeks in Salt Lake, the prize went unclaimed. The promotion went so well for the Herald-Republican that the Ogden Standard got in on it too. But that's where things went awry for Dolly Dimples and her managers. After a woman won the prize in Ogden, Dimples and her managers moved on to Los Angeles, but they were greeted by police who arrested them on felony charges. The winner of the Ogden Prize only did so because Dolly's handlers pointed her out for a cut.
City Council meeting. We are truly grateful for the public's patience, but most importantly, we are glad you are joining us today virtually. I'm happy to share that beginning Tuesday, December 7th and going forward, we plan to return to our hybrid pilot meetings. I look forward to being back on site with my council colleagues for our December 7th meeting and with the public being able to attend in person. If you plan to join us on site, the council will be following CDC guidelines to prevent and reduce transmission of COVID-19 and maintain healthy business operations and work environments. Also, per the Mayor's Executive Order 3 of 2021, masks and face coverings are required while in city facilities, even if vaccinated. We will also be helping people maintain 6-foot social distancing. As many of you know, there is no public comment during a work session. However, please join us remotely at the 7 p.m. formal meeting to share any comments. Your feedback, however, is always welcome, and you can share with the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. Sorry, our first two items in the work session are written briefings. So I assume that we have all looked at those. And if there are questions from council members, you certainly can reach out to staff about those. Our third item is updates from the administration. Mayor Mendenhall, thank you so much for joining us as always. I will turn the time over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for making the time available. Sincerely, I know it's become a pattern for us, but I am still want to acknowledge you. I know you have a busy agenda, and we want to give you this information so that it's useful to you and our listeners, but also swift and efficient. So I'll ask that staff bring up the slide deck and go to the second slide, please. Thanks, Taylor. Only 26 out of 29. You remember, for a long time, all of our counties were in very high transmission. Most of our counties still are, including Salt Lake County. And the COVID ICU utilization of the total ICU is at 41%, which is still very significant, with ICUs basically full 93% statewide. Kids, while they have now from 5 to 11 have the chance to get the shot, about 10% of our state's population of that age have, but at the same time, they have the highest infection rate for that age group at any time in the entire pandemic. So never needed it more, and glad that our kids are starting to be able to get vaccinated. Next slide, please. Case counts are still quite high, statewide at 1,200, and you'll see a little below that the 7-day statewide average, which is the number we typically use, is almost 1,600 per day. About a sixth of the daily case averages with the 1,200 are school-aged kids. 13 deaths were reported, and just under 55% of our statewide population are fully vaccinated. We'll get into some local vaccination numbers in just a second. Next slide, please. Here's the county's 14-day snapshot, and council members, I think you probably are tracking that county dashboard on a regular basis like we are, but we're seeing that those numbers are really not coming down for Salt Lake City or Salt Lake County overall. So take a look there, and we'll provide a longer perspective glance at this slide in our next week's meeting. But here's a little snapshot of that, and showing that 71% of the positive cases in the last 14 days were with unvaccinated individuals. So 30% with vaccinated individuals. Next slide. A lot of vaccine opportunities going on, and the county health department's been at elementary schools throughout the county, which started back about 8 days ago on the 8th. And those are open to all of the public for anyone who's of an authorized age to get the shot. There's no cost with it. And if anyone needs a free ride to a vaccine clinic, they can call 211 211 is multilingual and happy to connect residents anywhere they are in Salt Lake County with a ride to a vaccine clinic to get that shot. Next slide, please. Here are some of the vaccine clinics that are coming up. Council, I hope that you have this image from the county. If you don't, let our staff know, and we would love to share it with you to be able to share with the district newsletters that you put out. But there's a full list at slcschools.org or at the saltlakehealth.org website. And that, of course, will continue to be updated in the weeks to come. Next slide. And our vaccination rates are not increasing very dramatically, really, about a percentage point in 8-4, actually just a half a percentage point in 84104, and about that for the other zip codes as well. Citywide, we're about 10% more fully vaccinated than the rest of the state, where we're at 64 and the state's at about 54%. Next slide. Here are those countywide demographic vaccination percentages that we keep bringing you. And the next slide. Andrew Johnston, unless there's any questions for me. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a slide we see often, previous week and then the current week. You can see the usage of the resource centers is quite high. Leave it at that. Currently, it's over 97% per night, and that's pretty typical for going into the wintertime. Next slide. Oh, I should mention, I apologize. I did say last meeting that we would have updated numbers for the overflow options. We don't have those officially yet. However, I am told that St. Vincent de Paul Dining Hall, which has been open for about a week now, has been in capacity the last 2 nights, I believe, and they anticipate it'll be that way again tonight. I think its max capacity currently is 58 beds, if I remember correctly. Updates and current events. We did say we have one more outreach fair this year on the 30th. The location has not been determined because it's based on where we're seeing the greatest need at any point in time. So I would anticipate in the next few days we'll hammer down where that'll be. And then no current plans for abatements this week. And we are working on expanded protocols for the occupied vehicle encampments. You did set aside money and an ordinance, a pilot program for that. And we're working with the police department as well as compliance to nail down exactly how to do that regularly, multiple times per week, to address folks who are camping for long periods of time on city streets. Again, this is a part of the overall homelessness issue we're running into with housing availability and places for people to go. Next slide. 2 new things. The Governor's Office of Planning and Budget, their rescue plan grant for the airport inn. This is the GOPB match the city applied for on behalf of the Switch Point. We got notification that the state has recommended granting the full request of $3 million towards that project, which is very good news. They're continuing to work on any gap they have for their final numbers through private donations, but a wonderful start. And then the Homeless Center Shelter Cities Mitigation Grant funding for fiscal year 23, which again is over a year away. The recommendations from the state right now are $837,000. Essentially, I think Madam Mayor said this in a meeting recently, this is more than the cumulative amount we've gotten in 3 years now. So it's going in the right direction, but we all acknowledge it's not nearly sufficient for the needs of the city. And those discussions with these Utah cities and towns, with the state, are continuing to go forward. We do believe there will be a bill presented this legislative session early next year to address that fund, to increase it, we anticipate and hope, and also to rearrange some of the metrics in there about what proportion goes automatically to certain cities. That's all part of that discussion. Next slide. Madam Mayor, anything you want to say on that that front? Okay. In the past, we've talked a little bit about certain specific pieces of homelessness and addressing homelessness, including the interplay between trauma and substance use in decision-making and why that might impact the way that some folks who are unsheltered are responding to offers for services. We've talked about the Salt Lake Valley Coalition and the overall system and why some of the issues we're seeing for multiple years now may not be planning as much as how do you take the plans to action, which involves all other people. Today, you're going to talk a lot about emergency shelter, which is important and for a lot of reasons, and you know that. I did want to put it in context with this slide today. There's two columns essentially here, one for emergency shelter bed needs and one for deeply affordable housing needs, the below 40% AMI housing. Now, this is in Salt Lake County. You'll see 21, 22, 23, those are the years. So in 2021, we need about 1,700 beds, and a little under 1,100 are permanent year over year. Those are the permanent resource centers that we have both in the city and outside the city in this county. The other 600 or so are met through a variety of mechanisms, typically a variety of motel rooms, overflow, which we've talked about in multiple years in the city, and other means. And so I wanted to juxtapose that with the current need that the Salt Lake Valley Coalition forecasts of deeply affordable housing units. Just under 3,000 needed right now that are not in existence. If you go down that column in emergency shelter, I just say ongoing because we're never quite sure what the increase might be in the demand. It really is tied to the economy and to the number of housing units available. We do anticipate it'll go up slightly, just not sure how much. But at the bottom, you'll see about 1,700 beds of what we need for multiple years, year over year. Now that's we're targeting now for the need. On the right-hand column, every year after this year, 2022, 23, 24, the coalition forecasts based on historical data and needs, they're going to need another about 1,400 new units every year, above and beyond the 3,000, which the math tells you it's 7,000 units. I'm not putting this out there to depress anybody or to make anybody feel like this is impossible. It's expensive, it's difficult. However, I'm putting it out there to help us remember that through the urgent needs for emergency shelter, which we're deeply embroiled in discussions on, the big need is for that housing, because if the housing is there, it changes the dynamic of number of beds we need, particularly changes if there's an increase year over year. It also helps us understand just perspective. We've talked really a lot about 300 plus emergency shelter beds this year, which is important. The big discussion really needs to be that housing. That's 7,000 units in this county that are needed in the next 4 years. And so as we talk through legislative priorities through the state or county or city, as we talk about use of federal funds or local funds, as we talk about statewide initiatives and how we support those, really want to make sure we're always focused on the housing component of this situation, because that will make a tremendous impact on this discussion of emergency beds. So you can see on the left where that data is taken from, and we can get that to folks if they want to talk about it in further depth later on. Are there any questions I can answer about any of this? I will end saying it's possible. Put it in context. This is how many units we need in this county over 5 years. That is dwarfed by many times by other cities in the region. We're in the sort of the place where we can do this, I do believe, with some work. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I chime in on the hope aspect of this? That we know that the Wayne Niederhauser and his office have requested of the governor in his budget considerations $100 million for 40% AMI and below, and another $100 million for 60% AMI and below affordable housing in the state of Utah. And I believe that although there's an entire legislative process to go through in considering these requests, that a cooperative strategy to achieve these front doors, these housing beds, that, as Andrew has told us week after week, is far less than what other cities in this region are seeing. just this morning, I heard again that Los Angeles has 40,000 unhoused residents in their city. These are numbers that are absolutely achievable given the economy and the strength that our state is seeing from a revenue perspective. So I would like to see the 100 million request that is associated with the deeply affordable components be aligned with meeting exactly these needs that the coalition has identified, or prioritizing those kind of projects to meet those needs. And that similarly, that projects in the other hub cities across the state of Utah could also be prioritized, so that the great investments that we have made across government in the state of Utah, in the homeless resource centers and all of the on-street outreach, could be more efficient and work the way that it was designed to, by providing these front doors for people. So there's a lot for us to work on in the legislative session coming up, but there's more tools on the table than we've seen in the past. So I'm hopeful.
I agree with the mayor.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you for being here, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Andrew, as always, for your update. Sorry, we are switching up the agenda a little bit. So we are actually going to be moving to a, where is it on our agenda? Jen?
It's the very last item. Sorry, I just closed it as you were asking me.
Nope, I got it. You're good. Okay. So we are moving item number 16, which had been put on the agenda as tentative, which is a briefing enacting a temporary zoning regulation to authorize temporary overflow homeless shelter use at 1659 West North Temple Street. So I have a feeling that this is going to be a good, robust discussion. So we wanted to move it up into the beginning of our agenda. And I am actually going to, I think what I'd like to do, thanks, Katie. Thank you for being here. What I'd like to do is turn it over to Katie Lewis and Nick Tarbett after Katie. Katie's going to just sort of give an overview on what a temporary land use is used for, how we got here in some ways, and sort of that legal aspect. Katie's always so good at explaining it way more articulately than I could. So, and then I'll turn it over to Nick to walk through some other things. So Katie, I am going to turn it over to you. And I know this was sort of last minute, so thank you so much for being here with us.
It's my pleasure. Hello, council members. Nice to see you today. And as Council Chair Fowler said, I'll frame the conversation of a temporary land use regulation at the high level, and then I know you're going to be talking about the details of this specific proposal. And the first thing to think about is normally the process for the City Council to adopt a land use regulation includes a public process with the Planning Commission, a public hearing, and then a public hearing and a public process with the City Council, and that can take a fairly long period of time. But Utah law, section 10(9)A 504, allows, under certain circumstances, the City Council as the legislative body to adopt a temporary land use regulation, so an ordinance, a land use ordinance, without going through that typical Planning Commission and public hearing process. So the law says that there are a couple things that do have to happen. First of all, there has to be at least 24-hour notice on the agenda, which you all have done today. And there also has to be the identification of a compelling, countervailing public interest. And what that means essentially is something urgent, an emergency, or something that would require quick action by the legislative body that would not be possible under the normal Planning Commission and public hearing and city council process. So today, you all are going to be discussing a temporary winter overflow shelter at a specific location, 1659 West North Temple. And the compelling countervailing public interest is the lack of affordable housing, the pressures on our vulnerable populations because of the COVID-19 outbreak, the opioid epidemic, the disparity in wealth that we have seen, and the pressures on our systems that have left, as we saw with the mayor's and Andrew's slides, an enormous amount of need for housing coming into a winter season that can be very, very challenging for people on the street. So that's the conversation that you all will be having today, is identifying that compelling and countervailing public interest, and then identifying any conditions that you might want to put on that allowance of that temporary land use. Now, Utah law also limits this ordinance, so it can't go on forever. And the Utah law says that it can only be in place for 6 months. So if you were to adopt it today on November 16th, the very latest that it could go is into May. But the way it's been drafted right now, actually, it will terminate in the middle of April, because some of those urgencies around the winter weather will not be there as the spring weather comes in. So that's the general framing. Council Chair Fowler, were there any other questions that you wanted me to answer before you talk about this specific temporary land use regulation?
Yeah, I think, and I think, I don't know if it's a question, but I want to just reiterate and point out that, because this has come up in discussion, of the reason why there hasn't been a public hearing on, or there aren't public hearings and on temporary land use rezones. And as you stated, it really is this limited tool for when there's an urgent thing. And if we were to go through the process, the normal process of a conditional use or an actual total rezone, really, as we all know, being in government, I think that could take months and months and months. And this is the intent of this, is to address something that's urgent and needs to be taken care of sort of outside of that normal process. Was that in okay layman's terms?
That was absolutely correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you, Katie. Council members, do you have any questions for Katie?
I have one question for Katie. So this is the third year that we are in this position where there is an emergency, and we claim the emergency to be the winter. And I think we've had this conversation before. When is it an emergency? For something that we know it's going to happen every year. So is that an emergency, or is this a recurring thing? And legally, do we get punished to call on this emergency every year, even though we know it's not an emergency because winter is going to happen? Or does the law allow us to call emergencies, winter emergency, as many times as we would like in a year?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Valdemoros. I think it's important to distinguish that the winter conditions do create a sense of urgency, but the compelling countervailing public interest is more than that. And so, we've had a series of events in the past 3 years that have made this unsheltered population during the winter even more critical. And so, if you look back on when Mayor Mendenhall first took office and the council adopted a temporary land use regulation for the former DI building, that was a time before COVID, but we were really facing an opioid epidemic and some very critical pressures on affordable housing during that year. And then, as we all know, we went into COVID and those pressures changed, and that emergency was different. And so while winter is one of the factors, it is not the only factor that is identified as a compelling countervailing public interest.
you, Katie.
I'd like to ask a question. Constituents in my area are really concerned about the likelihood of this transitioning from a temporary to a permanent location, as we saw happen with the Airport Inn. Are there any legal ways to protect against that, offer reassurances to people, to my neighbors?
First of all, council member, welcome to the city council. I haven't had the opportunity to meet you or speak with you yet, but we're very happy to have you on the council. And in response to your question, this is under state law, this zoning regulation can only be in place for 6 months. It cannot transition into a permanent land use without the city going through a process that would include the planning commission, a public hearing, outreach to the community, and then the city council. So this use for this 6 months does not automatically change this into a use that would be permanent.
Thank you.
Council members, any other questions for Katie? I'm sure Katie will stick around if something comes up. But I'm going to turn the time over to Nick to kind of walk through the memo. As Katie mentioned, the discussion right now, she sort of gave that overview. The discussion right now is on the proposal for the potential site on North Temple. And the council is allowed, obviously, to put conditions on the rezone as we all see fit and how we would like to do that. So I think I'll turn the time over to Nick and we can walk through the memo that will kind of go through some of the conditions that I think the different council members have thought about or looked at. So go ahead, Nick. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you mentioned, we have a list of, it's about 14 conditions that have been proposed through the various discussions. If I can just first kind of outline the ones that we feel like there's general consensus, nobody has expressed any concern about them, just so that everybody understands what they are. And then after that, we can step through the ones where there's some concerns and some potential language adjustments which are needed.
Nick, is there any, sorry to interrupt, is there any way to share the memo, or is it in a form that you feel comfortable sharing it just so we can read along with you?
Yep. Taylor, I'm not sure I sent it to you. If I can ask Jennifer to send it to Taylor real quick, and she can pull up the memo. While she's doing that, I'll just step through if I can just talk about the conditions that feels like that there's general consensus on that nobody's expressed concern about. Is that okay?
Yes, but I saw Cindy pop on, so I'm going to turn it to Cindy real quick.
Just a quick thing to insert before Nick goes over those is these are still really rough and they're just for council discussion. So please know that we're going to have to be making some subtle adjustments to things. For example, there's one part in the ordinance that talks about the possibility of state funding, but it's written in a way that is stronger. When we communicated to the attorney's office, it's a little stronger in terms of their response. So we need to just fix some of those things that we just haven't had a chance to get things refined and smoothed out and more accurate. So don't get frustrated over any of the specific words. Let's just talk through and get the words changed to what works for everybody.
Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate you bringing that up because there is another point of this that I think is important for us as council members to remember, but also public that is watching. Because this is an urgent action, right? And that everybody's been working really quickly on getting an ordinance. And so we are making those changes. The attorney's office is on standby. It's why we moved this up to the beginning of our council meeting, because the idea is that we would take potential action on this tonight in our formal meeting. So this is meant to be a good discussion about the need and that urgency behind it. And then get those tweaks made with the ordinance itself through the attorney's office so that we can potentially take action at our formal meeting. Okay, I'm gonna try to stop interrupting you, Nick, but I'm not gonna make any promises. So go ahead.
All right. So the items that there's been general agreements on are things such as the building has to meet fire code requirements, building code requirements. The city's fire marshal and building official have to review it and make sure that it's safe for occupancy. Things such as providing a security and operations plan, preparing a CPTED review of the property, which is crime prevention through environmental design. Things such as ensuring that there's a perimeter fence put up, that there will be a check-in and check-out for visitors, and that their visitors, their packages, their belongings can be subject to search for safety. And then things such as providing 2 to 3 meals to the residents every day, and that there will be laundry services on the facility and shuttles. Those were the items that were in there, that there was general consensus that this is supportive of what the council would like to see. So now the memo on the screen is where we can now go through where there's some questions and some refinements that are needed. So the first one is truly about the ratio of staff to client ratio. What that is through the discussions, council members were asking if it was possible to guarantee a minimum amount of staff per clients that are in the facility. And the number that was come up with in talks with the providers was 1 staff member to 20 to 25 clients. So there's the proposed language change, but then we were notified that with staffing issues at this time, we know that trying to find people to work in some of these facilities has been difficult, as it is for a lot of different types of jobs throughout the country. That may be a difficult ratio to maintain. So there's proposed language that would help overcome that a little bit. And so that's the red language on that page 1. If you'd like, I can read that, or we can just all look at it and then the council can let us know if you're supportive of making that change.
Council members, I don't think you need to read it, Nick. Hopefully everyone has it pulled up or can see the screen and can read it themselves. Council members, discussion on this item and the proposed language or other proposed language. I can see most of you. I just can't see Anna right now, but so don't. I know it's just the way my tiles are set up, but so I don't need a hand raised. Just jump in.
What? So in this shelter, it's not like the one in Sugar House that we used to have, where people would just come over to sleep and then we would transport them to the Wigan Center during the day and then they would come back later at night, correct? This will be a place where they can stay inside all day long. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, so when we say peak activity, what's that then? Like, to me, peak activity is when people are coming in and coming out, like at the Shore House. But this one, what would they consider peak activity or not peak activity, so that they can have less staff tending to the residents?
I would probably turn that over to Andrew, if that's okay, Andrew. You might be able to answer that question a little bit better, if that's all right if I put you in this spot.
No, that's fine. I can do my best, and then we also have Shelter the Homeless and the proposed operators as well here, so they could answer if that would be helpful as well. I believe Councilmember Valdemoros that it does ebb and flow throughout the day, and they can stay there all day, but there may be peak activities in the resource centers. Oftentimes it's in the late afternoon, evenings, when folks are coming back from jobs or activities, getting settled, those kind of things. When it gets colder, we do know that through the resource center model that overnight, when folks are sleeping, it's a much lower activity rate, very, very low. And so there are these peaks and valleys throughout the day that they would want to schedule staff around, particularly when it's been very hard to find staff in general. but I could, if you want more details from the provider, I believe they're here as well.
No, that's fine if the provider wants to talk. It makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that. It makes sense when the peak activities are. Thanks.
Council members, are there other discussions on this proposed condition and the new proposed language, given feedback that we heard?
When we say staff, what are we talking about? Are we talking about like skilled case management staff, nursing staff? Are we talking about people to change light bulbs that go out in hotel rooms? If we're talking about, skilled nursing, this feels like it might be a little bit high. If we're talking about facilities maintenance, then, this seems fine. What's the nature of the staff that's being described here?
I'll take a stab at that as well, council member.
Yes, please.
It's kind of undefined. You'll see that last sentence says security guards may not be counted as part of the staffing ratio. There will be security that is set aside for specific activities, as I understand it. The other staff is probably a combination of various people, but most likely they're going to be multi sort of dimensional staff. That means they'll be doing a lot of things, each of them. As far as skilled nursing, it's not anticipated that the staff from the operator will be skilled nursing, but for those who are there who need a higher level of medical support, 4th Street Clinic, the homeless clinic, has been in talks to provide staff on site at times during the day throughout the week to provide that as well, in addition to the full-time operator here. So it's going to be a mixture of staff, I believe.
So I know at one point we had talked about the potential residents of this being people who were more susceptible to COVID to protect against that. Are you saying that people who come in for those potential who have potentially increased medical needs, that won't be counted in the staff ratio described here? They will be in excess of that?
I'm not sure I could say that. I think those folks being brought in through the 4th Street Clinic would have 4th Street Clinic resources. But I'm not sure I could say that other than what's said in here, security guards, that some staff wouldn't be included, some staff would. I don't know if the providers might be able to answer that more specifically at this point.
I'd like us to get as much clarity around that as possible, because we could have, a potentially, in reality, a 1-to-50 ratio outside if we need dedicated medical staff, if we've decided this needs to be for people susceptible to COVID. So I really would love some clarity around that aspect of the staffing, if in practice it gets altered.
This is Laurie Hopkins from Shelter the Homeless. I'm happy to step in and try to provide more details if that would be appropriate.
Yes, please, Lori. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely, happy to. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to this, council members and mayor. Essentially, the staffing plan includes 2 key staff positions, advocates and case managers. So the advocate team typically oversees the day-to-day operations. So it includes intake and check-in, basic needs support like the access to food or laundry or any other products they may need, like hygiene products. And then there's the case management team that's focused on providing supports for other wraparound services, like, for example, connections to housing. And typically those case managers work alongside a variety of community partners that are not on site to help transition the guests that are on site to a more permanent situation. So we have this staffing plan and ratio focused on basically those 2 key staff positions. So if medical personnel from 4th Street Clinic came on site throughout the daytime to support the more medically frail and vulnerable portions of that population, those medical personnel would be in addition to the staffing ratio that makes up the advocates and the case managers. And then in addition to that, as Andrew pointed out, there will be 2 to 3 security officers on site 24/7. And that is also in addition to this ratio that's being stipulated. I hope that provides clarity. Happy for any questions.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Lori. provided some clarity to me. Councilwoman Petro Eschler, did that provide some clarity for you as well?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Andrew, can you answer a question for me? What would you guess the staff to client ratio at our other HRCs is right now?
If I put a number out there, I'm probably going to be quite wrong.
Or anyone that's available.
Lori has maybe some updated figures there. I could probably guess from 2 years ago, but maybe Lori Hopkins and Shelter of the Homeless might have a better sense right now. I know that it's probably changed significantly based on the economy, but Lori, are you there? Maybe you have a better sense than I do.
Certainly, we do have state licensing ratios that we need to hit, and so that, Andrew, actually is what has kind of put a fine point aside from the conditional use permits on the amount of staff that we have. But during the daytime, there's when the activity, as we had discussed before, is higher, there's a ratio that is approximately 1 to 20. During the nighttime, it can be less because most of the occupants are actually sleeping and there's less activity. So the ratio might go down to 1 to 25, 1 to 30, something to that effect. And then in addition, the HRCs always have 2 security guards 24/7.
So Lori, the proposed condition on this here as the proposed language of adding that during daily peak hours is reasonable considering what is happening in other areas, correct?
It is reasonable. And
Okay.
I'd like to remind the group that the majority of the rooms that will be filled are non-congregate rooms. So, and the individuals will often be older and medically frail. And so that does change the amount of need in terms of the staff that are available overnight. And it does also change how much activity there is during the day for that part of the population. So it is a bit different, as my point, than the congregate HRCs that we have. So we're trying to make sure that we have ample staff to address the needs that we know that this population will have over a 24-hour period.
Perfect. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate that. Nick, I think we can move, unless there's other questions from council members, I think we can move to the next point.
So sorry, if I may just ask to confirm for the attorneys and me, is it okay to go to the 1 to 20, or do you want to stick at the 1 to 25?
Okay, let's do this, everyone, which will mean, well, I can move my, I am proposing the straw poll of the proposed language as written on the memo. Is there any discussion about that? In which case I would ask to show your feelings. Oh, this, Victoria, when I say show your feelings, it's a straw poll. So you're either, if you like it, your thumbs up. If you don't like it, your thumbs down. But I got tired of asking people to show me their thumbs. So I just say show your feelings. So there you go. So if we go with the proposed language, everyone is okay with that.
And I'm sorry, just to be, does that include the 20 as well? The proposed language does not explicitly say 20, so I just need to confirm that.
I have 1 staff to 25 clients, which my straw poll was what was written in the proposed language, which was the 25 clients. So I'm okay with that. Is everyone else still okay with that? Yes. Thank you. Okay, next item.
Okay, thank you and sorry about that.
No, not a problem. Thanks for, like we said, we need to get this tweaked before the formal meeting, so.
And I guess just related to that, the additional part was, would that allow security guards to be counted as part of that staffing? Right now we it's called out so that it would not be allowed.
again, it doesn't say it there, but oh yeah, it does. Sorry, I moved. In the proposed language, it says security guards may not be counted as part of this staffing ratio. I was just going with straight how that was written. So security guards, from what my straw poll is that they may not be counted as part of the staffing ratio. Is that what other council members understood as well? I see Chris shaking his head no.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would be okay with including security as part of staff, but I guess I'm voting for the straw poll, but but I'm just making it known that I would feel okay if we counted security as part of staff.
Well, I think that I don't mean to be pert here, but I think we need to give some clarity. This needs to go in an ordinance. So if you want security to count as that staffing ratio, then that changes your vote. And if there is an alternate straw poll, then we can have that. But my proposal and my straw poll was as the proposed language reads, which includes that security guards may not be counted as part of this staffing ratio. So for clarity's sake, I'm going to propose my straw poll, which is the proposed language reading. The provider will maintain a staff to client ratio of about 1 staff to 25 clients during daily periods of peak activity, always ensuring compliance with minimums set forth in state licensing code. Overflow operator will notify the city when staffing levels may drop below approved ratios and provide plans to maintain safety and security until levels can be retained. Security guards may not be counted as part of this staffing ratio. That is the language I am proposing for this condition. So
yes. And I understand that. I'm just saying I'm going to vote for it, but I also, because I didn't say it during the discussion, would accept it if they were counted as part of it, if for information purposes, but I'm still voting yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to recall for everyone to show your feelings. Anna, Dan, Darren, Dennis, myself, Victoria, Chris. Okay. Nick, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. The next one is specific to maximum occupancy, though they're all related there. This additional language so right now there's a proposed maximum occupancy of 250 individuals. What this language would do is in cases where, due to extreme weather and lack of available beds in the emergency system, the operator may request the ability to allow additional sleeping accommodations in predetermined spaces in the facility overnight. So this would be in cases like we just read. On really cold nights, you could put more than 250 people in there, but it would be limited to the maximum occupancy as determined by the fire official.
I have a question here, Madam Chair. Does this then, do I understand this correctly, that this requires a separate occupancy, certificate of occupancy that we would have to go through a separate process on? So in the event of we see a storm coming in the 10-day forecast, then we have to do an emergency thing there? Or is this going to be, is this clause going to be included in today's potential temporary land use?
Madam Chair, I could take a stab at that.
Okay.
I think that it would be included in the ordinance that the council considers today, if the council wants to include it. You probably, though, need to clarify from whom permission is sought. So I think it's probably something that it could be something as simple as the fire marshal authorizing up to X amount, but that the the document that you guys adopt requires, say, notification of the mayor's office or notification of the city administrative liaison, or, you know, something like that. And we can go with whatever the administration suggests, but I think it's merely a notification of the city, so that if it ends up to be every single night of the winter, I don't think that's your intent, but it's the periodic. So we can see if we can coordinate with administrative staff on how to flesh that out a bit.
I would very much appreciate that. I think that sounds great. So that we can, and just be clear that that the permissions would be only for the duration of the extreme weather event, that sort of thing.
I would like clarification too, from the fire code, because if, you know, it is my understanding if the fire marshal determines that a building can have this many people, then to me, it's assuming that anything past that is a fire hazard, is like a safety thing. And so how can the fire marshal have exceptions just because of the weather? So I don't understand that.
Okay,
that's not, I don't think that's what's being proposed. It's saying this proposal is capping this at 250, but let's say the marshal comes in and says the actual capacity of the building is 300. Then on those extreme weather days, this piece would allow for them to go above our arbitrary 250, recognizing it's sort of an arbitrary number, right? Above that 250, but not to exceed the fire marshal's code of 300. So to essentially would allow 50 more people for those extreme weather.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I would add, we don't know yet. It may be that the capacity as determined by the fire marshal is 252, in which case they could only have 2 more people. So it's totally dependent on the law.
Madam Chair.
Who was that? Dan? Darren? Yes, please go. Sorry, I can't see your toes.
Rather than having a person that they need to get permission from, can we just define what an extreme weather event is? Like below X degrees or something to that effect? I'm not a weather person, so I don't know how to define that, but is that something that could be defined? I don't know who should answer that question.
I'd say it's probably up to us to define it.
Madam Chair?
Hold on one second. Cindy, you're muted. Can you?
I was just suggesting a notification as opposed to permission. So that might make it easier.
But we'd still need to define what would trigger the requirement to notify someone.
Adding people above 250.
Yeah. But defining whatever that trigger is for what the weather event is. And I know that there are fairly standard Code Blue regulations in other cities for this type of event. So I would imagine we can pull together some best practices on that.
Sure. My thought is, if they notify us every time, if they are required to notify us every time they go above 250, then we can look at it and say, wait, that day it was 68 degrees outside and no snow. But why did you go above 250, and then reevaluate it without defining it? Because then I put my lawyer hat on, and definitions can sometimes have unintended consequences, both good and bad. Not that they're not necessary, just I put my lawyer hat on, and I mean, we lawyers argue over what the word "and" means in a sentence. So other thoughts on this particular one and how you'd like to see it? I mean,
is there a staffing requirement to maintain that 1-to-25 ratio if we go above this? Is opening it contingent upon maintaining that staffing ratio, or are we saying that it's an emergency and we'll make do?
I mean, I think my intent was that it was an emergency and we'll make do, but if you read it all together, then it would require that 1:25 ratio.
I live 4 blocks north of this. I am all for as much transparency and communication and reporting out as possible. So, I think anytime we have to violate the ratio, the staffing ratio, we should have a reporting requirement to us. And anytime we increase above whatever number we set, if it's 250, there should be a reporting requirement as well, and a prompt reporting requirement, like within 24 hours.
I would fully support that as well. Absolutely.
Would anyone like to take a stab at a straw poll on this? Is there other language? Should we come back to it with?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Andrew.
As it reads now, it says, in cases where due to extreme weather, lack of available beds, the operator may request the ability to allow some additional sleeping accommodations. It sounds a little like a pre-ask essentially beforehand versus a post sort of report. It makes it easier for the operator to evaluate conditions real time and make judgment calls in the middle of the night if it's not required beforehand, unless there's some sort of after hours person to contact for the operator to call up the city and approve it essentially. May want to look at the language and ensure people are comfortable with if the intent is ask beforehand when possible, or in extreme situations report in a certain time frame after, kind of thing, just to be clear with their providers.
Sure. Darren? Thank you, Andrew.
I don't think ask beforehand is reasonable. I think either, notify the city that it happened within a certain number of days, or set a threshold that if you go below this temperature, then you automatically are allowed to. But I don't, weather changes so quickly. I don't think that we can expect the providers to know that there's going to be an extreme weather event in enough time to ask for permission, but maybe the providers can explain something different to me.
Or Nick, can you by chance change the memo while we talk to you the way we do on some things sometimes? What I'm thinking is, and what I'm hearing from council members, but sometimes it's easier if we see it, is where in the proposed language, it's in red, we say, in cases where due to extreme weather and lack of available beds in the emergency system, the operator may allow some additional sleeping accommodations in predetermined spaces in the facility overnight. Operator must report additional people within 24 hours to whichever city staff or whoever. And
Madam Chair.
obviously the lawyers in the room, because I don't have my lawyer hat on, could work with that language for the ordinance that makes sense and isn't just rambling. But that's what I'm hearing from council members. So council members, please let me know if I'm wrong on this, is that we would take out the part that says may request the ability to, that word, may request the ability to. And so it would read, the operator may allow some additional sleeping accommodations in predetermined spaces in the facility overnight, period. Operator must report this additional spaces within 24 hours to whomever in the city.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dan.
maybe use the word has the authority to allow. We're giving him the authority to allow it if it's in the extreme cases. So the operator has the authority to allow additional beds.
Madam Chair, I wrote that down. I'm sorry, I can't share my screen right now. But I wrote down exactly what you just said, and I will work with the attorney's office to make that nice and clean for further consideration of that. And we can send it out to the council to look at before the meeting.
That would work.
Can I make one quick point?
Dan, what, can I ask why the authority? Does that make it clearer for you? Does it?
Well, I was just trying to clear it up, just saying it has permission or the authority to make that change without having to ask. So we're giving the permission or the authority to do it, because this says may request.
I know, but we would take that may request out and they would just say may allow. So I think that implicitly does, but if people want to add that explicit has the authority to, we can, if Nick will work with maybe 2 versions of that.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the nickel diamond of the thing, so I would go your way either also.
And then Dennis, what was your?
Regarding reporting any overages, anytime it goes over 250, we see numbers in Andrew's presentation every week with the shelter numbers, the occupancy rates for the week. Would that not, wouldn't that already cover that reporting feature? I just don't want to overburden the staff at the resource space if they're already reporting to us regarding the staffing levels. So we'll certainly be seeing anytime that they go over on the attendance, correct?
Are those numbers weekly averages, or was he giving us daily numbers? Because I personally would like to know broken down day to day. If the average stays, below 25, it doesn't do me any good if for a brief period of time we're up to 45 because of a staffing failure and we have a violent incident there that, breaks out. I would like to know any time it happens and not an average over a given period of time. But I'm open to discussion around it.
And are you asking specifically about the staffing levels or both the staffing and the?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This was my first time interacting with the numbers as presented by Andrew. So are the numbers that he gave us, were those day to day? From what I was recalling, those were weekly averages, or was it day to day actuals?
For the Resource Center census, those were weekly averages for each of those independently.
So I think the intent here, if I may, is to see every day when they go up. And I think I don't know, and I would turn to Lori Hopkins on this, but if we have staff there and we say, okay, we, let in 12 other people, does that create too much of a burden to just send an email to whoever we determine is the person to send an email to regarding when, that we had an overage of people over that 250?
Thank you, Chair Fowler. Actually, that is not a burden. I think that the operator would be happy to inform whoever was necessary to inform when there wasn't an overage. I think the intent here is to ensure that there's an ability for us to address situations where we would never exceed the fire marshal cap. But if there is that delta that you described before, that if there were more people we could bring in during an extreme weather event like a blizzard or prolonged freezing conditions, that there would be some flexibility there in order to fulfill the role of an overflow winter shelter, which is to preserve life.
Thank you, Lori. I appreciate that. And I think too, if I may, it helps with one of the beneficial unintended consequences in my mind is it helps for data collection as we look at what our weather looks like and what the need is. So it may also be helpful in a long-term sense. So I think where we're at on this one, council members, unless there's further discussion on the maximum occupancy, is Nick's going to work with, while he multitasks and continues to do his presentation, the city attorney's office, to look at some of that language that we just discussed, and have something ready for us to look at again a little bit later. Is there any further discussion on this point?
Madam Chair, just for the council's knowledge about how functionally it may work, generally the operators would know the forecast, say for a weekend beforehand. If it's potentially to go very low in temperature, oftentimes they'll have a protocol where the frontline staff on site that weekend may call their supervisor for permission. But oftentimes they'll probably have protocols in place to say, it looks like it's going to be this weather pattern, probably have the ability to do it. So I think most of the time it'll be in advance and they could probably notify the city of potential needs. I think it might be a rare event where it's unforeseen for some reasons.
Okay. Moving on to the next one, Nick, please.
So the next one's going to be really simple compared to that one. So we have that to look forward to. In addressing the law enforcement.
Facetious?
No, this one should be okay. Just the next one. Further ones might be more difficult. Sorry. The law enforcement patrols. Right now it says coordinating with Salt Lake City Police. The recommendation was to change it to law enforcement agencies, because there's the potential for the Utah Highway Patrol to assist with patrols in the vicinity.
Council members, I am going to propose that we just go with that proposed language that simply changes it to law enforcement agencies. Please show your feelings.
You think it's great to have more options?
I've got me, Anna, Chris, Dan, Victoria, Darren. Everybody's there. Sorry, your tiles are, it's weird today. Okay, moving on, Nick.
Okay, the next one is regarding medical services on site. The current language would require basically a medical technician there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've been told feedback was provided that would be extremely difficult to do and costly. So the recommendation is to include language that says, or a mutually agreed upon alternative to accomplish the same objective for the safety of residents and minimizing the impact on emergency city services delivery. So I could turn it over to Andrew. He can probably better explain what the proposal would be from the service providers there.
Well, to be honest, Nick, I'm not sure what the definitive proposal would be. I think the issues that come into play here would be 4th Street Medical Clinic is planning on being a provider there on site regularly. I think that'll be based on the clients they've got there and the needs they're anticipated, how frequent they would be there. Having somebody there 24/7 would be really, really difficult. Maybe that's one way to put it. We do know from general medical providers across the board, they're down about 15% of their overall staff right now. It's hard for full-time providers to have that staff on site for their core, let alone have it on site for something like this. So I think the desire from the operators, from my discussions with them, is they would love to have this. Not sure if having this a condition of staying open would be feasible for them to be able to do that through the wintertime. So this might give the opportunity to have further discussions in the near future, very quickly, about what an alternative might be to fulfill the same need, particularly on times when 4th Street may not be there.
So I'm gonna, obviously, thank you, Andrew, I apologize. Open this up for discussion to council members. I have some thoughts, but I'll wait. Council members?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Darren?
maybe my question's for Katie Lewis, but with this language, I mean, I just don't understand how procedurally that works. We approve the temporary land use regulation with this clause that something needs to be agreed upon. At what point does that agreement happen? Or are we just basically approving it with this like strong request that this happens, but really it will never happen? In which case, it just feels like the language is really squishy on this one.
I think that's a good point, Darren. Katie, do you want to take a stab at that if you're available?
I am available. Hello. Councilmember Mono, mutually agreed upon alternative does leave a lot of a potential ambiguity. I think that the truth of it is there are probably only a few options that could work instead of a health clinic. And one option could be that the administration and the provider identify what that alternative is, put that in writing, and that is essentially a condition prior to issuance of the temporary certificate of occupancy. So because it really, if it was a health clinic, it would be a site development that would require the certificate of occupancy. So it could be, you know, something in writing, not necessarily a contract, but something that the administration and the operator agree upon that is a trigger for the issuance of that temporary certificate of occupancy.
So if I'm understanding that correctly, the administration, meaning the mayor's office, could agree with the provider. And then would we as the council get a memo of here's what was agreed upon? And if we fundamentally disagree with that, we would have to go undo the temporary land use or something to that effect. Is that procedurally how it would work?
Potentially, yes. So I maybe the question for the council is this something that you want to identify right now before issuing the temporary land use regulation? Or is it so significant that if it doesn't occur in a way that you want it to, that you would want to rescind the temporary land use regulation? Or is the policy objective clear enough that you think that the administration and the operator can work through that detail?
I guess I feel like we just don't have enough information to know exactly what that looks like, and I don't want to. I think that lack of information isn't great enough for me to not vote for this. So I'm okay with a little bit of ambiguity, but I would like a report back as to here's what that security plan or that medical plan ended up being, and just so that we have that for our information.
And Darren, can I sort of ask council members, not just about this language, but as I look at this and think about the discussions that we've had in small groups and with each other throughout kind of just the last couple of weeks, maybe it seems like just days or hours, but I think part of this language or this condition is, for me anyway, was the intent that you know that oftentimes when people don't have a regular doctor or they don't have regular access to a clinic or healthcare, then they end up calling 911 to get EMT services or that. And I think for me, the intent was we don't want to be continuously relying on our 911 or our firefighters or our Gold Cross or EMTs for some of these needs. And so you, provider, need to have that available. And I'm wondering if that seems to be the intent for the rest of the council members from discussions. Because the reason I ask this question is because I think we could actually change this language to just say, operator shall provide a means of treating basic non-life-threatening medical needs on site as needed through whatever means is available besides city services or something. I mean, not quite like that, but does that make sense? And what do council members think about that?
Madam Chair, since a shuttle is being provided on a regular basis from this center to 4th Street Clinic, would that count?
I mean, sure, in my mind, right? But I think on-site or with alternatives as needed. I think this one for me could be a little bit vague, but also saying my intent here is saying, operator, you need to be providing life-threatening medical needs to clients, not relying on city services for that. And again, non-life-threatening medical needs, that's the key right there, right?
And it might be that this one is, I mean, everyone wants to achieve this, the providers want to, the city council, the administration. So it might be that they could come back with something really creative. And maybe it's something as simple as we aren't able to have that 24 hours, so we're going to use part of the money we get from X donor or X governmental entity for overtime for the fire department. Or we're going to do education with the clients and we're going to provide them a 24-hour telephone number to a service like you have with your insurance, with a nurse. They could come up with any number of creative solutions that work for them, but that we wouldn't think of. And so if you're willing to just leave the flexibility to the providers and the administration with the request that that is reported back to you or for your information, then I think we could get through it, because it isn't like people don't want to address it. They do. It's just a matter of threading that needle.
Yeah, I mean, for me, council members, I'm almost okay not making this a condition.
Is this in excess of the 4th Street partnership, having already discussed how we would be potentially receiving people who are more medically fragile at this site? It sounded like 4th Street was already integral to this plan. Is this in excess of that, or does 4th Street satisfy this requirement? And I still don't see how it eliminates a reliance on emergency services, because in the evenings, when it's cold, when it's dark for longer periods of time and anxiety is spiking and we're seeing the psychosomatic manifestations of that, people are going to call 911 because, there's just, my kids always need stitches after hours. It's the rule of medical necessity that I still don't see how it eliminates emergency service reliance.
They were hoping to have someone on site all of the time to help sort of triage, so that there is a resource so that it is in addition to the 4th Street Clinic. The maximum amount of hours they could staff is probably limited. So the idea was that if someone else could be there, or if there could be some sort of effort on the part of the facility to help minimize the number of non-emergencies, then that would significantly assist the fire department and therefore the city taxpayers, so that you don't have a spike in use of that service. That was based on a conversation in a group meeting with the fire department. So it's up to the council whether to leave it in or out.
Dennis, or someone who's professional in this field, is there evidence basis for this kind of personnel actually decreasing reliance on emergency services?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, having medical staff on hand regularly would certainly decrease the number of calls necessary. However, there's no other space in which this is a requirement. Currently, this is above and beyond anything that has ever been required anywhere else. But best practices are also to try to provide these services as best as possible. That's why recently 4th Street Clinic got their mobile clinic that they drive around and visit each of the resource centers on a regular basis. They also have an outreach team that can be very mobile and take care of issues out and about. And then it's also why the Shelter of the Homeless has set up the shuttle service that does include getting into the neighborhood around 4th Street Clinic to be able to transport people from the resource centers to the clinic when they need it. So yeah, certainly the system tries to provide these services as best possible.
Madam Chair, Councilmember Ferris, you're saying that this service is not provided at any of the other permanent resource centers?
But it's certainly not required to be a 24-hour presence. No, it's services are provided as best as they can be. Like I say, with having the mobile clinic come in 1 day a week at each of the centers as it rotates through, and then as well as the mobile outreach teams being available.
Okay, well,
So-
I'll preface what I'm going to say next with, I don't necessarily think that the outcomes of the permanent resource centers are the bar that we need to strive to, because I think we could go above and beyond that. But given that it's an emergency, I guess I could be convinced to, as Madam Chair said, to remove this as a condition altogether, if that's the way other council members want to go.
I'd certainly be in favor as well. So if Madam Chair wouldn't mind, I'd
I-
propose a straw poll that we simply remove this from the, remove this requirement entirely. Because everyone is involved, is in good faith, trying to provide these services as best as possible.
Okay, I have a straw poll by Councilmember Ferris. Thank you, Councilmember.
Can I
to
just
remove what?
We're just talking about this additional personnel. The 4th Street stays as it is for the straw poll.
So it's just to take out the requirement that they have 24/7 on-site clinic. That's the requirement that would be removed. And that's the straw poll. Is there further discussion on that?
Yeah, I have a discussion point here. So we are being asked to allow a use that is currently not allowed. And we have the right to set certain conditions because of the impact that such a use will have in a neighborhood. Our own fire department and emergency services are saying, hey, in our experience with similar type of uses, we go there very often, maybe more often than we should. We don't have enough staff to take care of this. It's very costly. Can you guys do something about it before you approve a similar use in a stressed area that already requires a lot of things? And in return, what we're saying is it's okay because we don't require it anywhere else. We should just don't require anything. So I have a problem with that. We're being asked something that we don't have to do. We're being asked to put a burden in a neighborhood we don't have to do. But we are here discussing conditions and certain order and certain help to our public safety staff and departments. So this is why I feel like we need a little bit of a compromise with the providers to say, okay, we're trying to help you here. Can you help us?
Well, can I address my feelings on that, Councilmember?
Sure.
What I've heard, the reason that I am okay with taking this out is twofold. One is that the provider has said that the focus in this facility is for some of our more medically frail, and that they are going to be staffing it in a way that will address that population. So I am putting a little bit of faith in the provider and saying, you know, you are going to be staffing this in a way that you're not going to be, we're not going to be calling 911 for EMT because you already know what your population is that you're trying to serve. And what I heard Lori say, and Lori, if I am mischaracterizing what you said, please let me know. But what I'm hearing is that they're going to be staffing it with the staff that's necessary to provide that. Please let me know for this population. So that's one thing. The other thing is there is already a relationship with the 4th Street Clinic that we have talked about, that the provider has talked about, and ensuring that they have this relationship with 4th Street Clinic wherein there will be shuttles getting people to the clinic, and I think probably bringing the mobile, I would assume bringing the mobile 4th Street Clinic out there if needed. So I feel that the language of this on-site service is, in my opinion, and this is that some of the other things are even more seemingly more prohibitive, but this is prohibitive, and the provider has given us some other details of how they're going to address this. And I just think that this, for me, this language is, one, it doesn't make a ton of sense in my mind. just the way that, to Darren's point, the mutually agreed upon alternative. I mean, so it just seems that for me, I'm okay taking it out given the responses we've had from the provider and the operator. That's where I'm at. Dennis, Darren, Dan, Chris, Victoria, other thoughts? And I appreciate what you're saying on it, for sure. This is just how I feel about what I've heard.
I assume all staff has to have basic first aid, CPR, all that stuff that all of us who've worked in human services have to have. So there's always an element of that on site.
I believe you're correct, Councilwoman.
Well, I'm sorry, Andrew, I interrupted you right when you answered. What did you mention?
I believe you're correct, Councilmember. That is right, that these behavioral health service agencies do require a minimum level of CPR and first aid training.
One thing for clarification, Madam Chair. So maybe I missed it in the proposal, but it seems like you were talking about that a certain population will be residing in this temporary shelter. I thought it was open for anybody. I didn't know we were targeting a certain population.
I'm going to ask if Lori is still on the line to reiterate what she said a little bit earlier.
Thank you, Chair Fowler. Yes, the intention of the facility is to try to ensure that individuals that are over 60 years old and are medically frail have a non-congregate setting in which to go to. And the intent is to ensure that we provide medical services to them during the daytime throughout the business week. And that is a model that was actually in place last year in the form of the county vulnerable populations motel. And so it is something we're basing this approach on as well. But we're also asking for some flexibility for the overnight beds for some of the capacity that is available at the hotel, in order for us to not just have those over 60. We want to have a little bit of a blended approach, but that doesn't get in the way of the structure that we're putting in place from a staffing perspective, that 4th Street would have a presence. And whether it's us taking them to the actual clinic, whether it's us having the mobile clinic arrive at the hotel itself, or whether it's having 4th Street support on site for those individuals, that is the intent. It's just that delivering that 24/7 is beyond the capability of what the service providers are able to commit to at this point.
Any further discussion on this, council members? Okay, I think that Dennis's straw poll still stands. I would ask that you show your feelings.
Madam Chair, may I be that person that just asks us to make sure we understand what may be removed?
Yes.
My understanding, it's the entire paragraph stating the operator shall provide a means of treating basic, non-life-threatening medical needs on site, such as providing a health clinic or employing an emergency medical technician, or mutually agreed upon alternative to accomplish the same objective for the safety of residents and minimizing the impact on emergency city services delivery.
That is correct. Correct, Dennis? Okay, once again, show your feelings. I have me as a yes, Dennis as a yes, Chris as a yes, Dan as a yes, Darren is a yes. Sorry, I'm squinting because it's dark in there. Victoria as a yes, and Anna as a no. Okay. Moving on to the next session, Nick. Next section, not session.
Okay, so in addition to the conditions, council members asked for a few motions to be ready to be considered once the ordinance is adopted. And so this is just a heads up on what those would be. The first one is that the certificate of occupancy would not be issued until the perimeter fence is completed. So that would hold that nobody could occupy the building until that fence is completed. The second one is a little bit later today in the council's briefing, there will be discussion about the ARPA funding. It's being proposed that if the city council appropriates some of that money to temporary shelters, that money would not be released until two things are finalized. One is the temporary fence is completed. And the second one would be, and sorry, we have some updated language here. It's that funding from other government entities has been committed to help pay for the increased public safety and mitigation costs. The third item is that the city's economic development division would work with, or excuse me, department would work with the businesses which are affected by the mandatory fencing to help mitigate the impact to them from the temporary shelter. And then the fourth one is a legislative action, requesting the administration review and come back with recommendations for prohibiting temporary shelters in the city until other jurisdictions in Salt Lake County permit them. So those are the four items that we've asked to have motions prepared for the council to consider later tonight.
And our staff has been brainstorming about the condition on the ARPA $1 million, and in addition to the other governmental agencies, to make it even broader, you could also add or philanthropic donations. I mean, maybe that's not a requirement, but we didn't want to exclude that necessarily.
Council members?
I very much appreciate Jennifer's recommendation.
Can you remind me and the public exactly what budget amendment number 4 included? That was $1 million for, was it specifically for temporary or was it just for overflow?
It was for emergency winter shelter. And I can pull up the exact wording unless Ben is near the camera and can pop on.
Yeah, I can jump in.
Great, thanks, Ben. Go ahead.
So this is item E2 in the budget amendment, and it's intentionally flexible funding. So it was intended to allow flexibility for either inside the city or outside of the city. The Treasury guidance does allow the pooling of ARPA funds and spending the funds outside of a jurisdiction's boundaries, as long as there is a benefit provided to those city residents proportionate to what they're contributing from ARPA. You also still have to do all of the reporting and compliance and other, background tasks, but it was supposed to be flexible funding, which could be for shelter operations. We weren't clear if it could also go to hotel or motel vouchers. That was an outstanding question.
And this is a little bit of an odd situation. And the reason that staff is flagging this for discussion at this meeting is because there's only two council meetings left in December. And the budget amendment is open right now, meaning the council has the opportunity to take action on the funding now. And if you waited, for example, till mid-December for someone to ask for this money, it would almost be too late to have that action take place so that the coalition could use it. So there's not like a form, I'm not aware, and the administration can correct me, there's not a formal ask, but in discussions, it's been flagged that eventually they would need this funding. And I think that I don't know if the mayor's office is ready to talk about it or ready to speak to it, but I believe that they would support it or have indicated support of allocating money in that way.
Have we already allocated that $1 million, or we're still discussing it? So
you're still discussing all of the ARPA dollars
away, and this is a moot point, right? That $1 million goes to something else entirely.
It's up to the council where all of the ARPA funding goes, with the exception of the ARPA funding you've already spent in fiscal year 22. And so this is one of the lanes of spending proposed by the mayor in that overall ARPA briefing was $1 million on emergency shelter. And I think that the way they've explained this is that this would qualify as emergency shelter, so to speak. And so it would be consistent with that sort of broad definition. But ultimately, it's up to the council to allocate that money. That money has not been budgeted yet.
Okay, can we have some clarification then on what the budget needs are and the things that budget related things that we need to vote on for this particular project? Because there is, from what I read, is in order for this emergency shelter to operate, they require closely to $4 million. And then the providers have secured about 2.4, or I don't remember, and then they're asking Salt Lake City from the ARPA funds about $1.1 million. And then there's also a $700,000 request somewhere to go back to Salt Lake City public safety. I don't know. So if we can, so that the public understands and that we understand what this project entails, how much, where are they short, where are we short, etc. And also for the economic development to help with economic development in the businesses around this potential shelter, has administration also earmarked some money available for these folks? Thanks.
I don't know if anyone from the administration can speak to that. We're not aware that there's a budget oh, Andrew, it looks like Andrew's gonna. Thanks.
I'm not going to be able to answer all of it. I apologize. The providers are aware of the mayor's recommendation for that $1 million in Rescue Act funding to be allocated towards services that they may provide that would be eligible. They have not made a formal request of the city council yet for that funding. They are interested, to my understanding, to help with the budget for that facility, and that could include a lot of the things talked about today in their the conditions, safety and security, those kind of things. I don't know that I can speak to the rest of the budget though, and that'd be Lori Hopkins probably has a better sense of that for you all, if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Andrew. Everything you said is correct, and to address Council Member Valdemoris's question, we do have $1.4 million already committed from the county and the state to help us pay for the provision of services at this site. So the staffing, the security, and food, transportation, etc. So the county and the state have already come in and helped support the provision of winter overflow. As it relates to the request for an additional, I believe you mentioned $700,000 of mitigation funding, there is a request that has been put into the county to look at the county's ability to be able to contribute to mitigation funding. And that is tied specifically to the costs that the Salt Lake City PD has articulated it would take to cover overtime and other resource needs for the duration of the winter time. So that would be separate than the service provider budget, just to try to kind of separate the two and add a little bit of clarity to the different pots that we're looking at. Thank you.
And as far as just speaking to the economic development side, I have not seen a budget request for any economic development funding, but that's not to say that economic development couldn't approach or couldn't be approached with their typical business support tools, I would imagine, with their existing budget.
Can I speak to the motions? I don't want just fencing. Fencing is important. I want a security plan that is on file and a commitment to start the moment the first head is on a pillow, that there is an active and engaged security force and plan. along with that fence. And I don't know if this is, I understand if this is too difficult. Would it be possible for us to get a schematic of where the fencing is projected to go? I was at the site today, and it's not nearly as cut and dry as it was in my head. And I'd like to know where we intend to actually put the fencing, how much of the building, are we encircling the whole building, you know, from the street on in? Is the parking lot in the perimeter? That would be really helpful information.
I think that we can get that. I don't know if we can get that before we vote on this tonight. But I do think that we could look at the motion sheet, since we do and have agreed on having a security mitigation plan. I think that we could have staff sort of play with that potential motion number 1, wherein it would say the certificate of occupancy cannot be issued until the 1, perimeter fence is completed, 2, the security plan is in place and ready to go. Something along those lines. I mean, I understand how it's not cut and dry. I don't know if there would be language, or, you know, we have to, I think in part, be careful of stepping into administrative roles as far as the fence has to go here and look like this and do that. That's a little bit I think more of an administrative thing, but legislatively, we can certainly require that it cover the entire perimeter, or, you know, we can work with language that says in the ordinance, even about the perimeter fence, that it says something along the lines of such that it limits access to only 1 entry and 1 exit to the building.
Thank you for that clarification, Chairwoman. My main concern and reason for raising this is because I could imagine a circumstance where the front of the building is not included in the fenced perimeter, and the businesses operating out of there are considered to not be impacted, according to number 3, because of a technicality based on the fencing, whereas the reality for that business would be that their traffic would be significantly deterred and they could sustain substantial economic impact. So I really, the fencing in this case isn't just a safety concern. When talking about the location of it, it really is in terms of protecting the business and ensuring that if they require help, that they're eligible for it without barrier.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that's why number 3 is written the way it's written, in that it simply says businesses affected by the mandatory fencing. So I don't think that, I think in your scenario, where even if there was like a technicality where they weren't included within the fencing, they could still be affected by the fencing and would still meet the requirement of this motion, where they could get some economic development assistance.
Thank you.
So I think that is just clear as mud, isn't it? Jen and Nick and Katie and everyone. But I think what I'm hearing is if we can work just a little bit on the language of motion number 1 to include the safety plan, and that it's up and ready to go at the time of, in order to receive that certificate of occupancy, that would help some council members there. And I think that's everything for now. Council members, is there more discussion on this agenda item?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm not sure I understand what these 4 potential motions are. These are 4 individual things we can do in addition to, or these are additional conditions of the TLUR.
The plan was to read these, so the council, the motion would have stated, move the council adopt the ordinance subject to, and then you could pick a variety of which of these you want to have happen in those. So you could choose all of them or none of them, however the council decides on that.
Okay, and including the second one doesn't somehow force us to use that $1 million of ARPA funds for this use. We could still.
That will be changed based off of the discussion, I believe, right? Once we hear how the budget amendment discussion goes, this could change.
But if, I think to your question, Darren, if it were, like for me, I would want to take out section A of number 2 because it's already addressed in the above motion, but that's just me. And Jen can correct me, but if we were to adopt that motion number 2, then, and the city we know has requested in budget number 4 that we allocate $1 million to emergency shelter, that essentially it would have to be used for this project at 1 million. So if the state, or excuse me, if other funding or government entities committed to funding. So it would be an allocation for this project contingent upon that.
Yeah. And if I could just clarify, it's a little confusing, and it's not usually the way we do it. Usually we, have the contingencies checked before you take action to allocate the money, but because of the timing and because there's only 2 more council meetings left in the year, we wanted to make sure that it wasn't jeopardized if that other funding could be secured sooner. So what you guys would be doing is allocating the money, and then essentially it directs finance to not release the money until those contingencies have been met. So the money is essentially sitting there ready to go for this project and wouldn't, actually be transferred until those contingencies are met.
But
usually it'd be the other way around.
Yeah, and I think that what Councilmember Mono is asking is he wants a chance to look at that, I think, in context with all of the other requests for the ARPA money, and he's not ready to commit that would go to homeless services. Is that correct?
Yeah, Cindy, that's correct. I'm still really interested in finding, I know this isn't an ARPA discussion, but I'm still really interested in finding affordable and permanent supportive housing dollars in the ARPA.
So we had budget amendment 4 scheduled for discussion tonight, where some of that could occur. I'm worried, I'll just be honest, we're not going to have time to have a full budget amendment number 4 discussion tonight. So it may just have to be up to the council if you're not ready to make that decision tonight, and you'd have to make it on December 7th or 14th.
Yeah, I also think we're having some confusion about the thought that Andrew shared about the Shelter the Homeless or the coalition not having made their request yet. So I don't know if the council can conclude from that they're not certain if they need it, or if they need it but just haven't asked yet. So I don't know how you can find that out, but
maybe I should clarify my comment, Cindy.
thanks. Yes.
From my interactions with them and Lori's on, obviously, they are definitely interested. They just haven't formally asked it yet, so there's not a request in process anywhere in the system. So I apologize if maybe I left it a little too unclear. I think they are definitely interested, and they would definitely apply for it if it was available.
Okay, so is the administration recommending it, or that isn't done yet either? Because what we can't have is a situation where the council is out of session for the year, and then everyone's coming back to say, well, we needed that money. So now is the time.
And just to clarify too,
or not.
Yeah, and just to clarify too, Andrew, there's not an application process, so it's not like this is CDBG money where there's an application. So because this is unique money, it's essentially directly allocated unless there's a separate application process that the administration is proposing, which they are not proposing for this item, unlike some of the other items.
Okay. So it sounds like having the providers respond now would not be as important as the administration saying definitively this is the request for this money.
I think that's correct. Brent. We need someone from administration to say that this, because in the budget amendment number 4, Jen, correct, can you read the language for this item, or Ben, can you reread the language for this item in budget amendment number 4 and what it was proposed for the $1 million? And I know we're going to get there, but we're here now.
Yep. So the $1 million from ARPA is intentionally flexible. And the flexibility is related to the geographic location as well as the specific use. So the geographic location could be inside the city limit or outside the city limit, but within Salt Lake County. The flexibility on the use is for different types of emergency winter shelter. And we don't have 100% clarity on what those uses could be. As I mentioned earlier, it could be for winter shelter operations, which is a lot of different things. But it also could be for hotel or motel voucher, but we haven't gotten confirmation that the administration considered vouchers an intended use.
And I think that there are two things going on, which is that the budget amendment language was really, really vague because it could fit a whole bunch of different ideas. I think since the budget amendment was transmitted, this idea has popped up. So I think that it would help to have clarity from the administration if they're recommending this new, very clear, very immediate idea, or if they're recommending this more flexible, less specified idea.
I'm checking with the mayor and Rachel Otto now, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Madam Chair, can't we just adopt the TLUR without potential motion number 2 and then discuss these conditions when we adopt the budget amendment?
Yes, but I think the challenge is that if you don't adopt the budget amendment until December 7th, that could challenge some operations because that wouldn't transfer that money until mid-December. So that's the only reason we're discussing allocating budget amendment number 4 money is
the money's needed before December 7th.
And I don't know. We're guessing based on the weather.
Well, and I think if there's any chance that they won't get the money, it may influence how they do their planning, and whether they're able to open the shelter. They haven't told us that. But I think any indication that you can give them of whether you're considering it seriously or not would help. And if the answer is that you want to wait and evaluate it in context, then that is totally your right. And the chips, just have to fall where they fall.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The mayor is confirming that she does recommend the $1 million funding go towards this particular project if the council would agree.
Okay, that seems like as an official of a request as we're going to get in the time that we have before we look at these things. So I'm not suggesting we are going to talk about budget amendment number 4, but does that sort of help a little bit with that clarification, Darren, that this is a $1 million request to go to this project from the ARPA funding out of budget amendment number 4?
And my vote on it tonight would be not only approving the TLUR, but also committing a soft commitment to that $1 million, essentially. I was prepared to, coming in today, prepared for the TLUR, but I wasn't prepared that we were also committing $1 million to this overflow shelter. So that's where this is new information for me. And it's probably my fault for not.
No,
it's been quick and completed and confusing. And so I think you have every right to feel exactly the way you feel right now. And I think it sort of, and Jen and Cindy can correct me if I'm wrong, but it is sort of a soft commitment of that, and maybe even potentially a full commitment if we were to, which I don't think we are set for, but could potentially take action on that piece of budget amendment number 4, or I don't know if it's on for today or the 7th, but.
So the hearing for budget amendment number 4 is today. And so you could take action on any piece. And in fact, I think there are a couple pieces on budget amendment 4 that the administration would like you to take action on today. And so there will be a motion sheet after you close that hearing to adopt, a couple little items and leave the rest of it open. This was one of those items where as staff, we didn't know if the council would want to err on the side of caution and allocate that money before it gets cold or wait.
Madam Chair.
I don't
wondering
know
if
who.
is
I heard a
that-
female voice first. Sorry, Dennis.
I'm trying to.
I was going to ask if perhaps the mayor could speak to her request.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair, I had my actual hand, not my virtual hand up. To Councilmember Mono's point, we didn't, when I put the $1 million request out there well over a month ago now through the rescue plan proposal, I had, I think we'd assumed that there would be from the coalition a winter shelter proposal somewhere in the county, and that availability of those dollars, or the potential availability of those, depending on where it's at in the council process, would be a request that would come from the coalition. But it is November 16th, and this is thanks to the council process going very quickly. And yet it's the middle of November, and we don't have a request from the applicant to utilize these dollars. So I don't mean to be surprising you with my support of that, but this is what we put the money out there for. And I think just the different timelines from the budget amendment request to the TLUR coming up, and the process the applicant is in to try to secure operational and security funds, coupled with a good deal of really reasonable contingencies that the council just discussed. I think it's reasonable that we put these dollars on the table if the council's supportive of it. So didn't mean to surprise you all with that today. It's just things didn't line up with the applicant making that request like I had anticipated they might many weeks ago.
Madam Chair, for clarification, so the motion sheet says that the ARPA funds request, that piece of the puzzle that we didn't know, it's been corroborated by the mayor, they will ask for the $1 million. So she's recommending that million. Great, we got that. Now there's a part in there that says that commitment is contingent to other governmental entities also funding something. I don't have the motion sheet in front of me anymore. So Darren, do you understand that? Like, is that how you understand it? Did I understand that right? So we won't release those funds until we have a commitment from the other governmental entities that they will also help fund something for this project.
Yep.
Am I good?
That's what the
Okay.
contingency says.
Great. Thank you.
Are we specifying that it has to be a 1-to-1 match, that that's all we're contributing and the rest of the overhead has to be reached by others, or like
Well,
can't get away with just giving us $10,000, right?
I mean, technically, the way that it's written right now, yeah, they could, but we would not be committing any further funds to this particular project unless the mayor came back or the administration came back with another budget amendment request. This is all that at this time we would be committing. Does that make sense?
I do want to make a note, just based on what we know from the police overtime budget and the likelihood that we will need a budget amendment at some time before the end of the year for generalized police overtime. I think we don't allocate that by by specific project, but of course they're related, right? So I just wanted to disclose that so you aren't surprised.
So, Jennifer, can I interpret that to mean that if we were to not allocate the $1 million for operations, we could then use that for police overtime that we know is going to come? Is that?
I believe ARPA funds actually are eligible for use on police salaries. Obviously, it would mean you would be diverting those ARPA funds. You would have to decide to use those ARPA funds for police overtime instead of homeless shelter, or instead of some other recommended ARPA use. Or you could allocate funding from the general fund balance for police overtime, which is what we would normally do.
It would be nice to have an estimate also, like this is why I wanted some clarification on how much overall this project is going to cost and where these different fundings are coming from and what it is that we're funding. So it would be nice to know from the police department or from the public safety in general that they would tell us, hey, in order for us to keep a level of service in that neighborhood around this shelter, it's going to cost us X amount of dollars, or we estimate that it's going to cost us X amount of dollars in 6 months, for 6 months. That way we know, okay, now we know this much. We may have ARPA funds, or we may have other governmental entities to pay for it, and we'll know what the gap is if there's any gap. But I'm not understanding how we are funding, what we're funding, what's eligible, what's not, how much overall it costs, what's the provider's gap. That's where I'm a little confused.
Well, I think that what we heard from earlier is that they have set aside, or the provider has received 1.4 million from somewhere. This is the first I've heard that it's from the state and county, but either way, it doesn't matter. There's 1.4 million. And actually, now I forgot. Lori, are you still on and want to repeat what you said earlier?
I'd be happy to, Chair Fowler. So we have received funding directly from the state and the county that adds up to 1.4 million. And for this particular project, the operating budget is over $2.5 million. So we actually have an operating funding gap of $1.1 million. And so that's where this interest in city funding comes from as it relates to the actual provision of services at the site. In addition, there has been a request made to the state to provide additional police patrols through the Utah Highway Patrol. That is being discussed as a separate matter. And there is a request to the county to actually cover what has been estimated by Salt Lake County Police Department for overtime hours to support this project of about $700,000. The state commitment and the county commitment is something that is pending, and we're just keeping our finger on the pulse of when that comes in, but we know that there's a serious effort there to make those commitments and contribute to this project from the state and the county above the service and operating funding that we've already received.
Lori, thank you. So let's say worst case scenario, the state and or the county, your request of $700,000 doesn't come through. They don't have it, or what is it like? What are we going to do? How are we going to cover our overtime cost for our police department?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would like a little support from Andrew on this question, because I know that there has been a discussion that the ARPA funding of $1 million that the city has set aside is a possible pot of money for this. I would just say that I know that there, in past years for winter overflow, the county has come through with mitigation funding. And although we don't have a guarantee right now of meeting that whole request of $700,000, I do think that there is a big commitment by Mayor Wilson to fulfill that request, and to the extent possible, of course. And I think that the same has happened with the state request with the Utah Highway Patrol. We've received assurances that really it's coming down to the planning between the Highway Patrol and the city police department. So we're in a position where we're trying to facilitate that part of the conversation, Councilmember Valdemoros, and we highly desire it as well, because it contributes to the success of our overall project. But it isn't something that we can provide assurances for ourselves, as we're still seeking funding to close the gap on the operations side.
Sorry, that's helpful.
Council members, is there more discussion on this? I imagine. So, sorry. I think that hopefully we were semi-clear enough with what the discussions were, such that the attorney's office could update some of the language in the ordinance, so we can review that ordinance before we get into the formal meeting. Is that right, Nick? And then I think that there were some suggestions made with the motions. So I'm assuming that staff is working on updating those motions before the formal meeting for council members to review before the formal meeting. Accurate?
You are correct. We're working on it now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, if there's no more discussion on this, we are going to take a break and then come back at 4:20. It's a 10-minute break, I think. So not a long break, but there's.
Madam Chair, just in case there are administrative staff watching for some items, there will be quite a bit of agenda shuffling, just based on how the timing of this discussion, which was very needed, of course. I don't know if you want to go over which items we're thinking about pulling, or maybe after the break.
Nope, I will do that now. So, Lehua updated my agenda via text. Thanks, Lehua. And that gives everybody a 20-minute break, which is way better than I was, more generous than me. I accidentally skipped the update from the REP, and I apologize for that, but they do have just a quick item that I want to get to them for. So that would be at 4:30 when we come back from our break. Agenda item number 5 is the water consuming, hold please. The significant water consuming land uses and zoning text amendment, we're going to keep that. The rezone at Redwood Road in Indiana, we would be bumping.
And to be clear, Madam Chair, just so that everyone knows, we are not bumping the set date for the public hearings for those items. So they will, their progress will continue. We'll just have the briefing on December 7th.
Yes, thank you. Well, so with the rezone, we will have the briefing on the 7th, as well as keeping it on the formal agenda. Number 7, the rooftop, allowing commercial uses on rooftops, which exceed 2 stories. We will keep that. Number 8 is the master plan amendment and rezone at Bueno Avenue. We are going to keep that on. Then we probably won't break because I'm giving you a break now. The 2 alley vacations, number 10 and 11, we will bump those, but again, those are set to have public comment on December 7th, and then tentative action on the 14th. And so we will just have the briefing on the same day that we have public hearing. And then we have the other items, let's see, 12, 13, 14 are all bumped, right? Oh no, we have BA. So 12 to BA4, we will keep that. 13 and 14 are bumped. And then our interview of number 15. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody because I just sort of semi-rambled through that. But maybe I could get somebody to put that in the chat.
Yep, we will.
Thank you, thank you. And then council members, now because I rambled, you only have 17 minutes instead of 20, but we'll see you all back at 4:30. Lynch, Coletta, our Chief Equity Officer, for skipping over you in the agenda. I knew that the last item we talked about was going to take a while, and that was what was on my brain. So I apologize for that, but I want to turn to you now for what we normally have as a standing item on our agenda, and I appreciate, and that is an update from the RAP Commission, the Racial Equity and Policing Commission. And I am going to turn the time over to you, Coletta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and no apologies necessary. Thank you, City Council members, for allowing us time on your agenda today. And thank you to Mayor Mendenhall and you, City Council members, for your continued support of our team and the work that we do. We have 3 very brief updates. And so I'm going to turn part of this time over to Moana now to give you the REP update.
Good evening. I will quickly go through the Racial Equity and Policing Commission updates. The commission unanimously elected the chair and vice chair. Commissioner Nicole Salazar Hall will serve as chair for the next year, and Commissioner Tanya Hawkins as vice chair. We're excited that they were also able to establish 4 subcommittees at the November meeting, 3 of which were the same from the last phase: policy and practice, training, school safety, and now we've also added the applicant review subcommittee, so that the commission will be reviewing all applicants through the boards and commission process. The commission's last meeting of the year will be Tuesday, December 21st at 5:30 p.m. And for the year 2022, they will be meeting every 3rd Tuesday of each month at 5:30 to 7 p.m. SLCPD has updated us that they have sent their final draft of the phase 1 response to the graphic designer. And when this process is complete, we will send the SLCPD response to Mayor Mendenhall and then the City Council shortly thereafter. Finally, we still have vacancies on the RP Commission. We're looking for 2 youth positions and 1 at large. But both the REP and HRC commissions will be reviewing applications in the coming week or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Moana. And then really quickly, I want to introduce you all to our new ADA coordinator. So we have Ashley Lickley on the line. Ashley is coming to us from Arkansas. She currently holds her dual bachelor's degree in sociology and social work. And she also has a master's in public administration with an emphasis on nonprofit management and leadership from the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. And prior to moving to Salt Lake City, Ashley worked in disability advocacy for the Arkansas University Center for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities. We are so excited to welcome Ashley, and she will join me again in the near future for an update that we will bring to you all about the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And then very quickly, I wanted to just update you all that we recently convened a language access task force. It consists of members from our office, community outreach, communications, IMS, the attorneys, finance, and the language access coordinator for the Salt Lake City School District. We have also invited City Council staff members to join and representatives from the community who provide translation and interpretation services to join our team. And the goal of this task force are to make recommendations to create a clear internal process and time frame for resolving language access complaints, identify and prioritize documents for translation into plain language and foreign languages, identify and prioritize the languages that the city should consistently accommodate using existing staff versus languages where we may need to seek external services. Also to identify ways and a necessary budget to make the website more accessible and to refine and finalize the proposed policy draft for review by Mayor Mendenhall and eventually review by the City Council. And so we are excited about the convening of this task force, and we look forward to bringing you more definitive updates here soon. And I'm sorry that I rushed through those, but I want to be very sensitive to your time. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Coletta and Moana, and welcome, Ashley. We look forward to working with you Council members, do you have any questions for Coletta at this time? Great. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for rearranging your time schedule because of me. I appreciate that. And for the work that you guys do with our RAP Commission and all of our boards. So again, looking forward to continuing our work with you and making sure that we're supporting you.
Thank you. You all have a great evening.
Thank you, you too. Okay, council members, I need to pull up my agenda. Hold please, I apologize. I mean, I'll pull up the text agenda since everything has changed. We are on item number 7, which is the second story rooftops being allowed in the Sugar House area. I know there's a better name for all of that, but allowing commercial uses on rooftops which exceed 2 stories. I am going to turn the time over to Nick Tarbett for a briefing on this at this time. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In interest of time, Taylor, we have a presentation for this, if you could have it ready. Senior Planner Amy Thompson is here and will brief the council on it. We also do have the applicant and his representative who said they're available to answer questions and can make a short presentation if the council is interested. I'll just, to move things along, I'll turn the time over to Amy to let her introduce the item.
This is Nick Norris. I'm going to jump in just really quick and just make one correction. Amy Thompson is actually one of our planning managers and has been newly promoted. So want to let everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Good evening, council. Let me just pull up this. So this is a text amendment for a zoning text amendment related to second-story rooftop commercial uses that would impact all properties in the FBSE zone, which is the form-based special purpose corridor edge subdistrict citywide. This map shows all of the FBSE zone property in the city. The Planning Commission forwarded a positive recommendation to the City Council regarding this request. The proposal, next slide, please. The proposal is to amend the text of section of Table 21A 27040D, and the proposed amendments are shown underlined in the chart. Under the current FBSE building form regulations, a commercial use is permitted or conditional depending on the use above the first story. The current regulations only limit commercial uses above the second story, and the proposed text amendment simply addresses those commercial uses above the second story rooftop uses, still capping the maximum height at 30 feet. The proposal does not change the land use table. Existing permitted and conditional uses for the FBSE zone will remain the same. I'll quickly just touch on the background of the proposal. This petition was submitted by the owner of the property at 2166 South 9th East, which is in the FBSE zone. The applicant has an existing 2-story building that he intends to use as a restaurant, which is a permitted use in the FBSE zone. He'd like the ability to add outdoor dining on the rooftop above the second story, but because the existing zoning regulations limit those commercial uses to the first 2 stories, that's the purpose why he submitted this text amendment application. Even though he submitted it for reasons related to his specific building, again, this is a citywide proposal. That's kind of a brief overview of it. I'm happy to answer any questions about it. That's all I have in terms of a presentation today.
Thank you, Amy, and congratulations. Council members, questions? Darren?
Can I just, I'll just recap to make sure I'm understanding. So currently you can do commercial uses, including indoor and outdoor on the first 2 stories. And this would allow outdoor commercial uses on the rooftop on essentially the 3rd story, subject to the building still being under 30 feet tall. And so the 30 feet limitation is to the surface of that rooftop, not like
so if the
rooftop.
Yeah, so what you said was correct. Currently permitted uses are permitted interior of the building on the 1st story and on the rooftop if it didn't have a 2nd story. of the first story and the second story of the building. So it's just the above the second story that we're looking at here. And the height is actually measured. So if there were a railing on the rooftop of the building, we would measure it to the railing. But other than that, that's where the height is measured to.
So can you help me understand why in the FBSE zone, commercial uses are limited at all above the second story? Like, what's the rationale for? I understand the rationale for like trying to encourage ground floor uses that are commercial and perhaps limiting residential on the ground floor or something like that. But what would be the rationale of not allowing a 3-story commercial space? Or does this zone just not allow anything above 30 feet at all?
So it does allow residential uses. That story limitation is specific to the commercial uses. I know that that limitation is also specific to the FBSE zone. In the other form-based sugar house zone, it's not limited to those 2 stories. This zone is more commonly adjacent to residential, so that might be why the 2-story limitation on commercial uses was added in.
Okay.
I don't know if Nick has anything to add to that, but that would be my response.
No, that last part is correct. That's why it was put in there. It was replacing zoning that had similar kind of regulations in place. And at the time, that's what the city council directed when that ordinance, when that zone was adopted 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay, I think that makes sense. So because it's typically adjacent to residential, you want to encourage residential uses. So we're limiting commercial at the first 2 stories and allowing residential above. Is that a fair judgment? Okay, I think that makes sense. If you don't have any other questions.
Okay, thanks.
Dan, I think I saw your hand up. So
Yeah, I was just going to ask about other zoning, same allowable usage in other zones throughout the city, or outdoor dining above the second floor, downtown, or the 9th and 9th area, the 15th and 15th, whatever has the same type of a housing limit or rooftop limit.
So there's actually not currently a rooftop limit in, for example, the 9th and 9th or the 15th and 15th area, like you mentioned. So somebody could currently do a rooftop use if it was, depending on if it was permitted or conditional, in the 15th and 15th area, which I think is zone CN. They just are subject to meeting the height requirement. So that 2-story limitation is really specific to the FBSE zone.
Okay.
We do have some of our other form-based zones, like in Central Ninth, the form-based zone does have height limits based on stories, but it's not specific to commercial uses and doesn't address the rooftop. So that rooftop measurement is just related to height. So
Okay.
somebody could currently do those in those other zones as long as they meet the height requirement.
Thanks. And how about any changes to the noise ordinance or noise concerns that people would have from a higher level, or is that all kind of not really a factor?
So one thing to note is the permitted and conditional uses are remaining the same. So let's say somebody went through a conditional use process for a bar establishment on this property or in the FBSE zone. So a bar establishment is a conditional use. So anything associated with that conditional use, including the rooftop component, would still go through that conditional use process depending on the use. Let's say somebody wanted to do a restaurant in the form-based SE zone. That's a permitted use, so that would just go through as permitted. They can currently do that rooftop on the first story. This amendment would just also allow them to have the rooftop on the second story. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
council members, any other questions on this? Okay, I don't see any. I was just looking. So we have public hearing on December 7th and then tentative council action to be determined. Is that, nope, that is the wrong one. I'm all over the place. Nick?
Madam Chair?
Yep.
The council will set the public hearing for December 7th with potential action on the 14th.
Perfect.
And just a reminder, you do have the applicant here. If you have any questions for him, he's available.
With the applicant, we generally allow the applicant 5 minutes to say a few words about the application. So if the applicant would like to, I'm happy to turn 5 minutes over. If not, that's okay too.
This is Bill. Nick, is my attorney Paxton on the line as well?
Yes, I am.
Paxton, why don't you make a presentation and then I'll or just make it quick and then I'll add in as we've done in the past.
Sounds good. Members of the city council, can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, sorry, it looks like I had my camera off, so now you can see me as well. Anyway, thank you for your time tonight. I know you have a really busy agenda. We're excited to be in front of you. As you know, to get to this point, we've had to go through a lot with the community council and the planning commission, and the request is really a fairly simple one. We want to amend the ordinance to allow rooftop uses so long as the height is still 30 feet or below. Under the current ordinances in your city, if this was a single-story property, the rooftop use would be allowed. So we're simply saying, look, if it's allowed for a single-story rooftop dining experience, let's let it be allowed as well for a two-story dining experience. And it will still be subject to all of the same sort of analysis about safety, engineering, the weight load, making sure that it's, that it meets all the safety concerns. But I think this is a really neat opportunity for Salt Lake City, which is progressive by nature anyway, to sort of allow a progressive use, something that there's clearly a demand for. I don't know if you travel to other cities, but sometimes rooftop uses are the most amazing experiences for dining. And we think this particular property is so well suited for it. As you know, restaurants have struggled during the pandemic. This particular property owner has a tenant lined up that's ready and willing to jump in and occupy the property if we get a rooftop use allowed. It's one of those things where, yes, this property is great. We're excited about the opportunity to do it here. There have been some concerns expressed by the public that this is a bar. It's not a bar. It's a restaurant use. It's basically an extension of the restaurant that would be allowed to go up onto the second floor on the roof. And if you're familiar with the property, you would see that it's really well suited. It's got a 6-foot pony wall in the back that will shelter some sound and the noise. We just don't see any downsides. And in a time when businesses need to be able to thrive, we would strongly encourage you to support this application to amend the text amendment. If you have, or to approve the text amendment, if you have questions about the use, we want to answer them. We think staff has done a great job of analyzing it and recommending that you move forward with this. Mr. Grodnick, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, just that I drove all the that type of zoning in Salt Lake that was already diagrammed, and there's really only 2 or 3 buildings that even have 2 stories that could be adapted to be this. So it's not like we're going to open up an avenue for other people to have rooftop decks. And of all the 1-story buildings in those developments, I didn't see any rooftop decks. And I own several buildings with restaurants, and people have really since COVID really learned to love outside dining, and I just think it's a critical element now for any restaurant looking to open up a new business. They want to make sure they can accommodate the outside dining. It's like the first question the restaurant tours ask when they look at any of my properties: do you have any outside dining? So it's really critical these days for restaurants to have that type of space available. And we think this building's perfect for it. As Paxton said, it's really shielded from the residential. It's only on the front portion of the building that fronts on 900 East. And we've, engineered the building, to the city's specifications to allow multiple access points. And we think it's a perfect place to have outside dining for this particular restaurant group.
Great. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Paxton. Council members, any questions for the applicants? I just want to say I know where this property is and I can walk to it real quick, and I love rooftop dining. So I'm excited personally. It's,
Thank you.
I walk down that way almost every day. So looking forward to having a tenant in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which apparently I cannot read an agenda today to save my life. So I accidentally skipped agenda item number 5. So we're going to move back to that. And that is the significant water consuming land uses zoning text amendment. I will turn the time over to Nick Tarbett, but we have Nick Norris and Daniel Echeverria here as well. So Nick?
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Taylor, same as this, we have a presentation, if you could get that ready. And to save time, I'll turn it over to Daniel to move us along, because we would just repeat each other.
Thanks, Nick. So I'll just get right into it. Again, this is a proposal from the mayor to amend the zoning regulations for significant water consuming land uses in the city. Can I get the next slide, please? So for context, as you know, we're going through an ongoing drought, and because of the drought, the city's been looking at water use across the city and things we can do to address water use in the long term. And on top of that, we've had a number of inquiries from potential businesses looking to locate here, specifically businesses that could use large amounts of water. So based on that, planning and public utilities have been looking at the zoning code, types of uses allowed by zoning that might use significant amounts of water. And through that, we identified that there are potential land uses allowed in our code that could use massive amounts of water. And though we don't really have a lot of these high intensity uses right now, we could see these uses coming into the city in the future. And we don't have a way to say no to these uses right now, as there aren't any real limits anywhere in the city's code on water use right now. So here we go. So based on that potential, we're proposing a text amendment that would limit the amount of city culinary water that any commercial or industrial land uses can use. So the proposal would limit these uses to a maximum of 300,000 gallons per day. This would apply to all uses, whether they're new uses or expanding existing uses. So for an existing water user, it would prevent any additions to their facilities that would cause them to exceed that 300,000 gallon threshold. So if a user was already exceeding the threshold, it would prevent building additions if that addition would result in a net increase in their water use. And examples of uses that could be impacted are very large commercial or industrial uses like chemical producers, bottling plants, very big data centers, or businesses that use a lot of water for cooling in their manufacturing process.
Daniel, can I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
When you use, so if there's somebody that's already using 300,000 or more, are they sort of grandfathered in, for lack of a better term?
Yes, they could continue to use as is. One thing to note, though, the ordinance does specifically exempt residential, institutional, and agricultural uses, as they're unlikely to use that much city culinary water. And on top of that, many of these uses serve a public purpose or support other sustainability goals like local food production, or they provide public open space. And two other things to note here on how we'll administer the requirements. Any building permit applicant will need to certify their water use with their permit. So most commercial uses will, of course, get nowhere near this threshold. But based on the information a business provides when they ask for a permit, public utilities can require a full detailed report to verify that water use number. Next, there we go. So for context, what is 300,000 gallons of water per day? It's about half an Olympic-sized pool filled up per day. And that's a lot of water. And right now we only have a couple uses that actually use that much water. And on the next slide, I'll have some graphs to show those businesses. So the 300,000 limit itself, though, is based on balancing our future water use with our future projected water resources. And that limit aligns with public utilities' long-term water supply projections for the city. And it also takes into consideration our existing and potential businesses and their water use. But keep in mind that there are only a few businesses that use near 300 or over 300,000 gallons a day. And the key point here is that the limit will still allow a wide range of potential businesses, but will prevent those potential for multiple very large, very intense users to locate here that could use a lot of city water uses that you could use millions of gallons per day and that could really start to impact the city's water supply. And just to be clear, the limit isn't exact science. It's hard to be exact when uses are going to vary in their water use, and we can't control specifically what businesses will decide to locate here in the next couple of decades. But we do think this limit strikes a good balance between conservation and economic development. So on this next slide, I'll go over the water users by type in the city right now. These are our top 25 water users. You can see there's just 2 water users that exceed that 300,000 gallon limit on the left. Those uses are the refinery at 2.1 million gallons of water per day and the University of Utah at 1.4 million gallons a day. And those far exceed the next highest uses in the city. So for next highest use, we have the city cemetery at about 250,000, followed by a bottling plant and a food manufacturer, both at about 225. And a laundry soap producer also at about 225. And you can see based on this graph, the use continues to drop after that, with the 25th highest user using about 50,000 gallons of water per day. And then obviously all businesses after that use less than that. So I also want to go over where this wouldn't apply to on this map on the next slide. There's 2 large areas of the city that it wouldn't impact. That's the northwest quadrant area of the city on the west and the University of Utah on the east. So the northwest quadrant is subject to a special agreement with the city that locked most of it into the 2018 zoning code. So new zoning rules can't be imposed there. There are also a couple large state-owned properties that are exempt from local zoning. Those are, of course, the state prison, and then the State and Institutional Trust Lands Administration, or SITLA property along I-80, which is also exempt. And the other exempt area is, again, the University of Utah on the east. That includes the University of Utah, Medical Campus, and Research Park. And legally, again, the city can't enforce its regulations on state-owned property, so this zoning wouldn't apply up there. So that about covers the proposal. I'm happy to take any questions, and we also have representatives from Public Utilities to help answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Daniel. Council members, questions? Dan?
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate the briefing and the overview of this idea. When I look at this thing, I go 300,000 gallons a day, but we only have a few businesses that are over 200,000. And then I weigh that with that we just had a fairly extensive drought, and we could possibly have potential more extensive droughts throughout the coming years and unknown future. And when I look at this kind of added, I go, why limit it at 300? We're not even giving a stretch goal. Why are we doing it at 200 or 175 or 150,000 gallons a day? And I state that reason because businesses will always complain that they're going to lose money and they can't do it when we give them a change. Car manufacturers do this for years. Oh, we can never meet that miles per gallon threshold. We can never do that. Businesses will always say, oh, our businesses will shut down if we can't use this carcinogenic, cancer-causing chemical for our process. But the government says, no, you got to do it. And companies adapt, they're innovative, they get smart, they use efficient manufacturing, and guess what? They hit those goals and they do better. We just showed the city could reduce our water quality consumption by 15% without really even sweating in this past year. That was easy, and that was 15%. When I look at this thing, I go, these businesses can do much better. They just don't have to, and it's a lot easier not to. So I would say, let's put the limit at a stretch goal of 150,000 gallons a day. And I would also press that the Northwest Quadrant has to do something similar. And we press the University of Utah the same thing. They're using 1.4 million a day. Give us a goal that you can do 20% less. And I guess they would meet that. But just to set it at 300, we're really not making anybody do anything. And new businesses will just come about who want to spend a lot of water in the driest state that uses the most water. I think we should really push harder than the 300,000. I think we're really setting our bar way too high, and we need to make a stretch goal across the board, because our water will be our Achilles heel for this city and for this state. And I think we need to, we're doing a disservice by leaving it at 300,000. It's such an easy mark. So that really wasn't a question of this statement. Thanks, Amy.
Thanks, Dan. Darren, I saw your hand.
Yeah, thanks. Dan, I appreciate that. I guess I see this as one tool that will use to conserve water. It's not the only tool, right? Because I understand why we can't use a zoning ordinance to limit things on the University of Utah campus, or I guess I now understand why we can't do it in the Northwest quadrant. So I guess I'll just signal my agreement with Dan of how critical our water resources are, and that we should look at other tools, like, for instance, our rate structures, or if it's not a zoning ordinance, maybe ordinances within or policies within our public utilities department, and how we are actually supplying that water to also meet this. But with regard to this specific thing, I mean, first of all, it's shocking that there's one business that uses 2.1 million gallons a day. That's terrifying. But second of all, for instance, with the University of Utah, I could see an argument to say that's not one use, that's like hundreds of uses, because there's lots.
They think they need.
Thank you. Victoria's back. Hi, we lost you for a minute.
I think we lost everyone in the council office.
Except Donna, she stayed with us for some reason. So, okay, I think we're sort of back enough. Darren, I let Chris jump in, so I'm gonna go back to Chris's question, and then go back to your comment or question, if that's okay. So don't forget it. Chris, can you repeat your question so that everybody's on the same page? Sorry.
Yeah, I basically want you to respond to some of what Councilmember Dugan said, but I guess I would phrase it as, why do you feel confident in bringing us this proposal that this goes far enough and that we shouldn't go further to make a bigger impact on water conservation?
So that limit was developed in conjunction with public utilities, and they looked at their water resource projections and they felt comfortable, and Jesse Stewart can jump in, that of course, with that 300,000 limit, it of course was informed by current business use and looking at potential future businesses that might use a high amount of water, that some of those uses could employ a lot of people, and under 300,000, we were comfortable with that limit. What we were really concerned about is these massive users that could be using millions of gallons of water per day. Those users could be having a big impact on our future water resources, but users under 300,000 didn't have those same concerns.
Can I jump in too real quick? I think it's important to take a step back and remember the origins of this proposal and why it was started in the first place. This was started about 4.5 months ago now as a initiation request that we put in with Public Utilities to the mayor to create this regulation that was always intended to be more of, we need to do this now, knowing that there's going to be other things down the road to address water use and water conservation. We did invoke the pending ordinance notice associated with this, what that does, and I'm sure you're familiar with it by now since we seem to be doing a lot of it lately. But it basically pauses any application that we may have for a user that may exceed the proposal here. And so I don't know that any of us, including, I don't want to speak for Public Utilities, but I feel fairly confident that they too recognize that there's probably some other measures that need to take place to address our long-term sustainable water supply and demand issues. So that's all I'll say, and I'll let Public Utilities weigh in further.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I would agree with both Nick and Daniel. This is kind of a cooperative effort with their departments. We looked at our long-term supply and demand studies, looked at the projections we have, the mix of residential, industrial, commercial, and institutional use that's out there, what we could put into our assumptions, looking at what our supplies are, what our projected demands are, and again, then working with Nick and his team, what is the projected, growth for commercial, industrial, and institutional coming forward in the city. And based on those supply and demand projections, we feel that 300 is a number that can be achieved. Kind of balancing supply, demand, and growth. So that's kind of where we worked with them to try to come to a happy medium to really make it a proactive approach, really like both Nick and Daniel said, to address these really, really large water users, but not limit other types of growth that might come into the city. But again, as one of you mentioned, it is addressing our water supplies isn't just limiting what type of uses come in. It's working with current uses for conservation. It's working with residentials for conservation. It's looking at what our supplies are and what our demands are for both, average day, but peak demand days, and dry conditions, what we can do with the dry conditions. So we budget and plan for dry conditions on peak days as we go forward. And we'll continue to revise our supply and demand planning periodically as the city develops and grows, and as our supplies hopefully don't diminish, but we'll be watching those as we go too, to reevaluate periodically every 5 to 7 years.
Dan?
Thank you. I understand your position there, but once we set the bar at 300,000, we can't go back down to 200,000. You said that we can't do that for the Northwest Quadrant. They have been grandfathered in to allow over 300,000. So I would say you set the bar at 175 or 200,000, and if you feel that there may be some need to go higher, then you can ratchet it a little bit higher, but you can't make it any more stringent of all those land uses because that business has already been developed there. I would think that you should be able to say, hey, this is an extraordinary case. We all need to cut our water use. But if we're setting the bar at 200,000, they can be more efficient and they can be better environmentally sensitive and equitable companies that we want in Utah by someone who's using a lot of water in the second driest state of the nation. So let's set the bar there. And if we see a need, then maybe we stretch it. But let's not set the bar high enough so that anybody can reach it. And that's where I get to, because I look at water use across the board. You know, the agriculture has to do the same thing. Everyone has to be part of this, not just the industrial side of the house. And I think we're setting the bar too high. I think we need to go a lot lower and then let them be efficient in their usage and be smarter in their usage and come to us with a great business plan.
Darren?
Yeah, my question is about, okay, we're saying 300,000 gallons per use, but what's going to stop me from saying, well, okay, I'm just going to split my business into 2 businesses, each that require 200,000 gallons of water? If it's a business that could operate that way, is there something that could be tied to the number of acres that the business occupies or something like that, rather than just each discrete use? Because like a use like the University of Utah, which is I think what I was trying to say before I lost internet, is actually like a bunch of different uses, and they could just say, well, you're calculating us wrong, we're actually 100 different uses, so we get to have 30 million gallons a day or something like that.
Yeah, we did look at potentially doing some sort of acreage calculation. I mean, similar to how we do residential density limits for multifamily zones. You get so much water per acre. We didn't seem to really have the time, given the 6-month expiration date on this pending ordinance, to actually do the full analysis and determine what that proper acreage would be, water use per acre. And this is a little unprecedented, a limit itself, restricting water use through the zoning code. So we didn't really have an easy go-to precedent for that sort of calculation from another municipality. So with the understanding that we're primarily concerned with these massive users coming in and the pressure we're seeing from these users wanting to come into our city, that's how we ended up on just the more simple number of 300,000 that would apply on a site basis. So it would apply to the whole property. There is the potential that someone could develop a completely different building on a different property next door. That is a potential. It could be difficult finding a way to limit that. They could be under a different company name. That gets complicated.
And one thing, just for clarification, a lot of our users don't have a single meter. So take, for instance, as you were mentioning with the university, they have multiple water meters that come in, as does the refinery. So it's not just one source that comes in, but we take those and sum them together for the total use per day or per year.
Yes, understanding the 6-month limitation that we're under to get this passed, it just seems like that's a pretty big loophole that a large water user could find, in order to do the same operation and just call it 4 separate businesses that are collaborating.
So one thing we would do there from public utilities is we wouldn't allow cross connections across those. If it is 2 separate applications, typically there wouldn't be a cross connection between the 2 properties. But the University of Utah is a little bit different because they're their own public water system. And then Tesoro's a little bit the same because it's one parcel, among the multiple parcels of one development. So I see what you're saying as far as a potential.
Council members, any other questions on this? Okay, we have public hearing on the 7th with potential action on the 7th or the 14th. Thank you, everyone from planning and public utilities, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next, we are going to go to agenda item number 8, the master plan amendment and rezone at 129 South, 700 East, and 758 East Bueno Avenue. I would think that I'm turning this over to Brian. Hi, Brian. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hi, Madam Chair. Thank you. There is a presentation that planning has, so if Taylor can get that ready, I'd appreciate it. This property is on the interior block bordered by 100 and 200 South and between 700 and 800 East. The applicant proposes constructing a 4-story apartment building with 65 1 to 4 bedroom apartments, a total of 192 bedrooms. Each bedroom would be leased individually and have a private bathroom. Kitchen and living room spaces in each apartment would be shared among residents within the unit. Proposed to be 72 on-site parking spaces. A single-story amenity and leasing building fronting on 700 East is also proposed as part of the development. The applicant, Kevin Perry, is on the call and would appreciate an opportunity to address the council. Just so you know, the public hearing date is on tonight's consent agenda to set that for December 7th, and a tentative council vote is slated for December 14th. With that, I will turn it over to Katya Pace.
Is it just me or do we have Katya?
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
hearing anything either.
Nope, you're so fine.
Okay. I did not have permission to unmute myself, so I was waiting for that. So, this request is, like Brian mentioned, is for a master plan amendment and a zoning map amendment. Next slide, please. And the site is inside development on this block, Bueno Avenue is a right-of-way, a private right-of-way, and with a multifamily property here facing 700 East, and then carport on the middle, and then some single-family homes on the south part of the site, and vacant property, and also some dirt roads. Next slide, please. These are some pictures of the site right now. The 6-unit multifamily facing 700 East, and the carports, vacant property, and the single-family homes. Next slide, please. So this is a slide showing the surrounding land uses on the site. And as you can see, most of the surrounding uses are multifamily uses, with some single-family homes facing 200 South and 100 South. And then also a church here in the corner. Next slide, please. Let me go a little bit over the proposed project as has been explained to you. It is the site composes 10 parcels that would be consolidated. The existing structures would be demolished, and then there would be two buildings, one facing 700 East, which would be an amenity type of building with just leasing offices and places to exercise and bike storage. And then the second building would be a rooming house. A rooming house is kind of like a boarding house, and it would have 65 units, and with a breakdown that Brian already explained it. Just so you know, if this zoning and master plan amendment is approved, then the project would require a plan development to address the lot width and a rear yard setback and a conditional use, because a rooming house is allowed as a conditional use on the RMF 45. Next slide, please. So these are renderings of the project. This is the amenity building as explained. And then behind, you will see the rooming house apartments units. Next slide. Another rendering of the project. Next slide. So the master plan amendment would be to change the future land use of the Central Community Master Plan. And as you can see, most of the block here is medium high density, but there are 7 parcels here that are medium density residential, and the request is to change everything. Well, these parcels here that are medium density to medium high density. Next slide. So we looked at 3 master plans to base our findings, and we the housing plan, Plan Salt Lake, and the Central Community Master Plan. And it was planning staff's opinion that the requested master plan and zoning map amendment would promote the redevelopment of the site and would meet city growth and housing goals listed on the master plans. Next slide, please. So as far as the zoning map amendment, this site has a total of 10 parcels. Out of the 10 parcels, 3 of the parcels are zone RMF 45, and 7 of the parcels are SR3, and the request is to rezone the SR3 parcels to RMF 45, similar to what is on the rest of the block. Next. So one of the issues with this rezoning is that RMF 45 would allow for some non-residential uses, and the mitigation of residential housing loss ordinance requires that when there is a rezoning with that has a zoning that requires non-residential, then requires a housing loss mitigation report. And that report was done. It was signed by the community and neighborhood development director, and the report found that the rezone of these parcels would result in replacement of the existing housing with more housing. Next slide, please. Next. So this project went to the Planning Commission 3 times because the first time it went to the Planning Commission without the housing mitigation report. And for that reason, and that was in June of this year, at that meeting, the Planning Commission voted to table the plan development and conditional use and voted to forward a positive recommendation for the master plan and the zoning map amendment to the City Council. However, because it did not have the housing mitigation report, the Planning Commission recalled that vote in July 14th. And then it went to the Planning Commission one more time on September 8th. And at that meeting, the Planning Commission reviewed the master plan and the zoning amendment. And at that meeting, it voted to forward a negative recommendation to the City Council. My presentation was short, but if you have any questions or concerns about this, I would be happy to respond. And
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Council members' questions, and we do have the applicant here as well, but we'll start with questions for Katia and then allow the applicant 5 minutes to present, and maybe if there's questions to the applicant, we can address that then. Anna?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Katia, thank you for the presentation. It wasn't short, it was perfect, at least for me, like perfect information and information that it's understandable what we're trying to decide on here. So one question that I have is the streets. One of the things that I think the applicant was telling me, and it's been a little bit, the state of those streets of the Bueno Avenue, is that street a street that the city is responsible for, or is it part of their project and they already own it? Are they going to take care of it? Okay. What's the deal with all of that?
so Bueno Avenue right now, at that, portion of, in that block is actually a private right-of-way. And so this, the city has no jurisdiction over it. So it would be the developer who would be responsible to, redevelop that street, because right now it's just dirt. There's a little bit of asphalt up to where the multifamily unit is, but then it's dirt. And so it would be the developer who would, make the improvements on that.
Thank you. And I have another question, so that's good to know. We're not responsible for it, so potentially the new development will have the funding to make it nicer and also maintain it for the residents. But then I have another question on the Planning Commission. It's interesting that first, without the mitigation plan, they would vote yes, and then after the mitigation plan was approved and shown to them, then they would say no to something like this. Can you recall why the sudden change, or what was in that mitigation plan that made them change your mind so drastically?
No, it wasn't. It was the attendance for the Planning Commission. So the first Planning Commission, the vote was 4-2 to to oppose. And then the September 8th Planning Commission, it was a completely different group of people who, voted for that. As one of our planning commissioners had left, his term had ended, and then just, question of attendance. But it was, so it was different people who voted. But it
All right,
wasn't.
thank you.
Yeah.
Right, I interrupted.
No, it wasn't, the issue was not the housing mitigation report.
Okay. Okay. So I think one of the concerns of my constituents, not with this project, but with similar projects in District 4, is the loss of affordable housing, the loss of historic houses, and the displacement of people. And it's also a concern of ours, equally important as well, the need for more housing units in the district. So that's what I think I'm thinking about, and what I've been sharing with, and my constituents have shared with me, the China Blue project from last year, I think. That one was displacing a lot of people that we knew about, but we weren't clear from the applicant how many. It was a little messy, and we heard from many of the neighbors about this tremendous loss. And so this one seems to me a little bit different from what I hear from the developers, which I've mentioned to them, and it looks like they've been able to relocate a lot of the neighbors, and they've been able to fund deposits and rent for many of them. So it seems like it's a little bit more of a transparent project, in my opinion, and I think that's valid, and that's something that I value because of the state that our city is in terms of housing and the needs of it. So anyway, I don't think I have any questions. I just wanted to make that comment. I'm certainly meeting with more constituents in between our decision in a couple of weeks to hear more from them.
Madam Chair. Question on the difference with this is a rooming house with one person per room, and SROs are allowed up to 2 people per room, and we haven't passed that ordinance yet. So how do these balance against each other, and how they work with each other? And is this considered an SRO type of a building we haven't passed yet on that ordinance? And can you explain the two and what the limitations of them are?
So this project is it's its own land use, so it's not considered an SRO, and there is a different parking requirement for this land use. It's 1 parking space for each 2 persons for whom rooming accommodations are provided.
Oh, I'm talking about, but only 1 person can stay in the room, or can 2 people be in the room in this place compared to an SRO, which has?
Yeah, so a rooming house or boarding house is a different defined land use than what the SRO use is defined as. And so it allows, for example, if you had a building that had like 5 bedrooms, you could, if you got approval for a boarding house, you could rent all 5 bedrooms out to anybody. It's still housing, it's still long-term, it's not overnight, it's not short-term types of things. That's one of the key differences as well between an SRO, is that an SRO doesn't necessarily have that same 30-day requirement at least in the proposed ordinance. And so those are the two main differences. Boarding houses have traditionally been located in existing residential structures. And historically, they've been used when the household dynamic or size changes particularly in an old house. And those occupants or owners who still live there or not live there decide, there's a better use for this, and they'll go through that conditional use process to get a boarding house. Boarding house is not allowed in all zones. It's usually only allowed in the multifamily residential zoning districts and mixed use districts. So that just some background on that. So it's a distinct use from an SRO. It's a different use.
So a single parent or someone with kids, and they has what's it called? If you're divorced and you have your kids' rights for 3 days a week, can you have that? Can you be in a boarding house and have your kid there 3 days a week?
Sure.
Or what if you have a baby and you have a kid, can you stay in that boarding house also? Is that maybe just yours?
So our zoning code does not put any kinds of limitations on occupancy within the boarding house. And so there's not, that's another key difference, whereas SROs, even under HUD fair housing rules, can be limited to the number of occupancy. A boarding house isn't regulated that way. It's typically regulated by the number and limited by the number of parking stalls. And so, and that's why Katja was bringing up the parking requirements. So say you had a site that had 8 places off-street parking stalls. The code requires 1 stall for every 2 occupants. It doesn't say those 2 occupants have to be in a single room, in a single bedroom, or a single sleeping room. It's possible that 6 of those occupants could be related. It's possible they could not be related. But you would basically, if you had that number of 4 off-street parking stalls, you'd be able to have up to 8 occupants within your building, and then you determine how that space within your building is assigned to those 8 occupants.
And sorry, Madam Chair. So this one had 192 places, so it would need half of that, and it only had 72 parking spots. Did I miss that wrong? Did I have that wrong?
No, you're right, but one of the things that the applicants proposing is to use the transportation demand reduction, which would reduce by 25% the parking. And that's why it would reduce to 72 parking spots. And because they are also in a, highly, a place in the city where there's a lot of transportation, public transportation, buses, close to, a third mile from tracks, and then bicycle dedicated roads, and it's a walkable place, then that request for that reduction would be appropriate.
And one more question, then I'll give the time up. Sorry, just the traffic flow of that area going out to 700 East. There's just one small exit. Is that I guess engineers are signed off on that being enough of a mitigation for traffic, and any concerns leaving and entering the building or area?
Our transportation department did not raise any issues with that, and neither did our fire department. There is room for a turnaround inside the project, so there is room for maneuvering inside the project, and the access road would be about 20 feet wide, which would be enough for 2 cars
Okay, Chris. Oh, sorry. Dan, was there something else? Okay, Chris.
So some of these units are up to 4 bedrooms, and then there's a shared kitchen, right? That would be the biggest unit. Is there anything that would prevent somebody from, say, buying getting 4 of the units and then using it as like a vacation rental as opposed to housing? And kind of like taking advantage of the sort of dorm style nature of the build.
So,
Go ahead.
sorry, Katja. So if the underlying zoning district allows other uses that are similar to short-term rentals, hotels, motels, et cetera, like that, then that could happen. And I think, and I'd have to look if the proposed zoning allows something like that. There are some uses that sometimes trip us up as a city in that, particularly bed and breakfast. They're also a short-term use that we allow residential units to be converted to. So I think we recognize that that's an issue, but somebody, if they want to do that, they would have to license themselves as that use in that zone. So if they're establishing themselves as a boarding house, then they have to act accordingly and utilize their property accordingly. If they choose to convert to another use, they have to go through the proper licensing and permitting processes to do that. If the zone doesn't allow it, then doing so would violate the city ordinance, and we would turn the matter over to our enforcement team.
Okay, and then what is the well, see, I think that was sort of answered in the staff report. Okay, I think that's the only question I have for now. Sorry, thanks.
Thanks, Chris. I am going to turn the time over to the applicant for a quick, they're allotted 5 minutes. So if we have Kevin available, if you want to just tell us your thoughts, or if you have some presentation, we have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you. And I'm here with Michael Augustine as well from Altaterra. I do have a short 2-minute presentation, but I'm happy. I mean, most things have been talked about, and for sake of time, if you'd like to just move to questions, we can do that as well. I'll leave it up to you of what you'd prefer.
I appreciate your consideration. Council members, do you have questions for the applicant, or would you like to see their presentation? Don't everybody speak up at once. Presentation. All right, go for the presentation.
Okay. I will take just 1 second to share my screen.
Do you have permission to share your screen, or can
Yeah, we're working on it.
Oh, geez, we can't go to contents until it's quit. Can't do it right now. Sorry, we're having like a Mac technical thing that's going to require us to quit WebEx in order to share for a setting.
How about
we can run through the narrative.
Sure. How about that?
We'll run through the narrative and just, put those nice rendering pictures in your mind as we talk through this. So, yeah, well, as most of you have seen on this project, Bueno Avenue Apartments are a great opportunity to benefit the surrounding community with an innovative co-living project. And that's what we're calling it, as co-living. One of Altaterra's key company strategies is implementing projects through social impact investing that provide a strong community benefit. So among our several Salt Lake City projects, we see the Bueno Avenue Apartments as heeding the call by the City Council and the master plan to provide the first of its kind co-living housing project in Salt Lake City. We're bringing this project forward as a 100% privately funded development that does not require any government funding or stimulus or grants. Co-living by design provides a lower rent product type. So this project will provide housing for 192 individuals at a rate that is approximately 40% lower cost
than a standard studio apartment in Salt Lake City. With this, there's no compromise in the quality of housing our tenants will receive, and they will enjoy the same high-end amenities that are available at the premier apartment projects in Salt Lake. As we've discussed with all of you, this project will greatly improve this city block with a project that is consistent with the context, feel, and the surrounding uses of the adjacent multifamily neighborhood. Yeah, and I wish I could show you the pictures, but again, just think of those renderings that Katya shared, and I'll open it up for any questions.
That was perfect. Thanks, Kevin. Council members, do you have any questions for our applicants? You guys got off the hook easy then. So no questions for you at this time. Thank you so much for joining us. I believe that, as Brian mentioned, we will have public hearing on the 7th with potential action on the 14th, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Council members, we're moving on to agenda item number 12, which is budget amendment number 4. I will turn the time over to Ben Ludke.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First, a quick update on item A11. This is the $1.8 million as a match from the Gulf Fund for a Federal Bureau of Reclamation grant that would reduce the annual water usage at Rose Park Golf Course. The council straw polled support for this item last week, and since then, the administration sent an update that a resolution approved by the council is needed in order for them to submit this application. The application is due December 2nd, so the council would need to vote on that resolution tonight. The resolution can be approved in tandem with item A11 by closing the public hearing tonight and partially adopting some items, including this one for Rose Park. Currently, the motion sheet will include the 4 items that the council straw polled supporting at the last briefing. Those items are A5, the Community Health Access Team, or the CHAT program, and this includes the vehicles, that's $150,000, as well as transferring the social workers from the police department to the fire department. It also includes a job salary survey for the 1/3 of the city workforce that are not represented by bargaining groups. And the other item is the Rose Park Golf Course grant application. The motion sheet will also include the housekeeping items, that's section D, and the grant consent agenda items in section G. And of course, any other items the council identifies today can also be added to the motion sheet. If there's no questions on the current items that would be approved tonight, then I thought it would be helpful, given the temporary land use regulation discussion earlier, to check if there are any more questions or discussion about item E2. This is the $1 million from ARPA for the emergency winter overflow shelter at the Ramada Inn. That's not currently on the motion sheet for the council to adopt tonight, but that's why I wanted to bring it up in case it should be, or if there's more information the council would like.
Sorry, Ben, which item is that on the budget amendment? I mean, I know what you're talking about, but just the number.
E2.
E2, okay. So where did we leave off in our last discussion on going down the items?
So we left off at the Park Ranger pilot program. That is item A12. Would you like me to go through that one?
Yes.
All right. So A12, this is a request for almost $1.6 million from general fund balance for a Park Ranger pilot program. And this item is related to items C1, E3, and E4. I'm going to talk about all of those items together because it's easier. So the pilot program would have 19 FTEs. They would be located in the Public Lands Department. It includes 2 sergeants, 16 rangers, and 1 support position. The total annual cost for a sergeant is estimated at $139,000, and for a ranger, $111,000. The job descriptions for these new positions were pending at the time of publishing the staff report. Once we receive those, we'll send them out to the council and add them to the public packet. The administration stated for this pilot program, 12 rangers would be needed at a minimum. If there's fewer than 12, the program wouldn't operate as intended. The recommendation is for 19 FTEs because the administration would like to launch a larger program. The program would operate 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to midnight. The rangers may serve as law enforcement officers. However, the rangers would be unarmed and would not be post-certified. That is the peace officer standards and training that police officers go through. The rangers would operate out of city facilities in parks, including the soon-to-be redeveloped Fisher Mansion Carriage House, and they may use temporary trailers where needed. The program does have targeted focus areas. These are Jordan Park and the River Trail, Pioneer Park, Liberty Park, and Fairmont Park. These areas correspond to green spaces with the highest calls for service. The rangers are not expected to operate in the foothills or the outlying natural areas. So the total cost for this program for a full fiscal year is close to $2.4 million. The cost that's being requested in the item before the council today is for a half-year funding, which is $1.6 million. And this includes 2 parts. $1.2 million for the new employees and $400,000 for one-time costs. Now, those one-time costs are 3 trucks and 2 light response vehicles. Item C1 is a reimbursement to general fund balance for salary restorations resulting from the hiring freeze last fiscal year.
Ben, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. I appreciate you going down the list, but let's skip to section E.
Okay. We'll come back to the rangers another time.
The reason I'm skipping to section E is because that is where a lot of the ARPA proposed money, as I read through the budget amendment, is sort of housed in part, at least. We've talked through section A, where like sort of the staffing or rather ongoing costs are sort of there, but it looks like E is that no new staff. So let's start talking about those ones. We've talked about E1, right? That's the.
We
Oh,
haven't
no,
talked
we
about.
have not.
We have not.
Sorry.
So
let's talk about
E1,
E1.
this is $2 million from ARPA for the local match for a state grant that would provide funding for the new water reclamation facility, specifically the influent pump station and the force mains. Attachment 2 is the grant memo and the council staff report. The application is requesting $10 million from the state as a grant. This $2 million from ARPA would be a match. The city has also committed a $40 million match from planned utility revenue bonds. Having the match from the future bonds and from ARPA makes the city's application more competitive.
Council members, if you don't jump in with a question, I'm just going to have Ben keep it on. So.
Then there's item E2, which is the emergency winter shelter, $1 million that's been discussed. The next two items, E3 and E4, that's related to the Park Ranger program, so we can come back to that. E5, this is one of multiple items, 4 of them, that are related to the Community Commitment Program. E5 is $161,000 from ARPA to provide vehicles for a new clean team. The vehicles would be 2 F-350 pickup trucks and a trailer to be used by the 3 new employees in waste and recycling. And the new employees in waste and recycling, I would need to jump over to, I believe it's C2. I'm scrolling. Yes, so C2 is asking for 3 new full-time employees that would work in the waste and recycling division of the sustainability department. This is a new clean team that would work with Advantage Services and the homeless engagement coordinator in CAN. The clean team is intended to minimize the number of occurrences when employees are diverted from their regular duties to assist the Community Commitment Program and the County Health Department. We've requested the titles and job descriptions, and we'll send those to the council and add them to the public packet once they're finalized. Now, this is only requesting part year funding, the $165,000. It's expected each of the new FTEs would be about $88,000 for a full fiscal year. This means for next fiscal year, it would be $263,000. These are grant funded positions and they'll be on the grant section of the staffing document. And there's 3 policy questions if the council's interested. Whether the 3 new FTEs would sunset with the federal ARPA funding at the end of 2024. Would the additional FTEs meet the level of need in the community and maximize the city's partnership with the county health department? And the last question, if the council's interested, you may want to ask the administration why the 3 new employees would be in the waste and recycling division of sustainability, but be coordinated by a supervisor in the community and neighborhoods department. I'm not hearing any questions, so I'm going to keep going.
Those are valid policy questions. I agree with them.
Yes, Rachel. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and sorry to interject, but I wanted to make sure, well, actually, I just wanted to make it known that we are working through the question that Ben just posed there. And given the time that it will take to get staffing together, compared with the rapidity with which we want to launch this program, we are working through whether or not we can try to adjust some of the funding to increase our contract with Advantage Services in the shorter term and work with them to get the program launched while we figure out the funding for the FTEs and exactly where they will sit, including and also just the time that it will take to hire the FTEs. So I wanted to just put that on all of your radars with the commitment that we'll be bringing back more information from you. But again, we'd like to launch the program as soon as possible, and we're trying to work out some logistics with Advantage Services to do that in the short term.
Thank you, Rachel. Ben?
So that takes us to E6. This is a request for $1.5 million from ARPA for additional police support to the Community Commitment Program. The funding is for the police department to have overtime, and it's specifically targeted at the encampment cleanups and the reestablishment stabilization as requested by the health department. The department estimates there would be about 14 days of major cleanups and 122 days of minor cleanups and the area stabilization. These are overtime shifts that are voluntary, so there's no guarantee that they'll all be filled. The police department says approximately 75% of those voluntary overtime shifts are being filled. Now, back in the annual budget in June, the council increased the ongoing overtime budget for the police department by $650,000. As of October 2nd, the police department has spent $860,000 of the $1.7 million overtime budget. That's just shy of half. So if this trend continues, then the police department would be projected to spend all of the available overtime budget by mid-fiscal year. There's two policy questions. If the council is interested in asking the administration, what is the total cost of the community commitment program? Staff tried to piece together the total cost, but we weren't able to get there by the time of publishing the staff report. The other question is, what would be examples of area stabilization outside of the immediate cleanup at that site?
I'm actually interested in this if there's anyone from administration, or I don't know if Mary Beth can answer that first question, just finances. But if there is somebody that could maybe speak quickly to these two policy questions.
On the first question, Council Chair, we are still working on those costs. Because those costs don't sit in one area or one project, and we don't have a project code assigned to those, it becomes very difficult for us to track those costs. So John and I are working on accumulating those costs. That's why it's been difficult. On the second question, can't answer the second question.
Right. Well, thank you for working on that. I appreciate that, Mary Beth. I see Chief Brown popped up, so I'm assuming you're going to address the area stabilization issue.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Council. It's good to be with you tonight. We've had a big impact in the community with this program. Like Ben was saying, we had $650,000 to take us, through this year. Right now, we're projecting that we would run out of that money on November 6th. Unfortunately, we ran out on October 30th. So we're now running in absence of funding. So we could really use this money. It's had a big impact in the community. I've heard from people that the efforts of the police department are making a difference. As far as numbers go, we've put about 2,800 hours into this work on this overtime. We've made 390 traffic stops. We've done 105 offender checks, 81 felony arrests, citations. So it's had an impact on the crime that sometimes reestablishes around these encampments, but it's also made an impact on these encampments, so they haven't reestablished, and so it's paid dividends on the health safety issues of the health department.
I mean, if I may, I see Andrew popped up as well, but I think I can speak for several of us that we hear from constituents that there's camp cleanup, and within weeks, maybe sometimes days, maybe even sometimes hours, that may and maybe different groups of people, but that it's reestablished. And in some instances, again, I'm sort of speaking anecdotally, but from what I've heard from constituents, in some instances have maybe grown or gathered more people after it's cleaned. So that doesn't lead me to say this is great on area stabilization from my perspective. Andrew, you popped up, so did you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I'll do my best, Madam Chair. I think there's a couple different things at play at the same time. One is the camp abatement prioritization planning we've talked about previously. That was a response to the need to ensure that certain vulnerable areas of the city didn't have ongoing camping. And so in those cases, when you resolve a camp, it means there's a cleaning that people don't reestablish right there. And that does take police having their specific overtime group that ensures in those locations in the city that that happens. In other locations in the city that are not necessarily identified as high a priority based on the vulnerable population right there. And that discussion is always ongoing, so we add and do that. But there is cleaning. Police have to be involved oftentimes for that, but it doesn't mean they're there constantly afterwards to ensure there's not a reestablishment. There is a return quickly if there's a reestablishment, but they don't have the resources to have somebody there and here all the time, if that makes sense. So the rapid response concept is to try and get out as quickly as possible to every camp, but there's not the resource to monitor every place across the city consistently to ensure the next day they don't return necessarily. So that's where this effort has sort of been. Police have their base police, as I understand it, Chief, who do the neighborhood patrolling and other activities that way. There's an overtime section that does ensure and around resource centers, senior centers, those places, that there's not a reestablishment of camps. And that takes just constant, literally being there really across the city and areas. And then there's the other regular camp abatement stuff, the cleanings, where you need PD associated with the health department, with the multi-department in the city that goes in, cleans, but doesn't necessarily stay there afterwards. Is that too complicated to sort of make sense at all? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that provides clarification.
And I'll say again that the prioritization of those areas is an ongoing. Every week there's multiple meetings talking about certain areas are seeing bigger impacts. It shifts throughout the city. That's an evolving process, so it's not just static that this is always a priority and this isn't. We've made changes over time, and the chief could talk about parks. Certain parks have become hotspots, have to be added. Certain places have really been quiet for a long time and aren't sort of part of that anymore. So it is evolving. Just for the public to understand, it's not just we identified one place, it's always the place. It's an ongoing process.
Andrew, you bring up a really good point, and I just had a light bulb in my head. I wonder if you could maybe add something along that as sort of the park prioritization or street prioritization in your weekly updates to the council and that standing item, because I think that would be interesting to the public and helpful for us as council members when constituents call and say, we're not being prioritized, or why is this still here? Something along those lines, right? That if maybe we can work on that. Sorry, I just threw that out at you, but you brought it up in my brain, so your fault. But we can tweak that maybe, or I can answer any questions as we go forward on that. But that is helpful, and I appreciate that.
And Madam Chair, I'm happy to do that. We'll also probably be having discussions going forward about the rapid response concept, which is taking all of this together. So it might need a larger briefing than maybe, but I can do a primer, of course.
Yeah, I like that. And I think having that sort of standing item, we can kind of, if we alternate, or we can talk about it offline. But that'd be great. Council members, are there any other questions on this particular item? Okay. Excuse me. Item E8 and E9, or E9 and E10, is the Westside Community Initiative and the Nonprofit and Business Assistance Community Grants. And there are some policy questions attached to those, but real quick. And so I encourage council members to look at that, talk to Ben, get those policy questions if you're interested in them before our public hearing and potential third briefing. But I do want to go back a little bit to E2, which is the winter shelter support. From our discussion earlier, the administration made clear that, this was basically an ask for the overflow shelter that we discussed earlier. And I know there were some questions there, but we're potentially we're taking action on this tonight. And one of the potential motions was essentially, and I sort of like the way that Councilmember Mono said this, a soft allocation or of this money. And I didn't know if there were questions that you wanted to ask that weren't asked or answered in our prior discussion, when we're kind of like focused on the money here, right? It was kind of focused on conditions there, and I compartmentalize in my brain, so I didn't know if anybody else did and maybe had another question on this. Anna?
I had a question about this $1 million ask, since it wasn't contemplated in any of this discussion yet about helping with economic development, funding for the affected businesses around this potential new shelter. If we can take aside like $100,000 for any issues that may arise for these businesses, and wait for the administration to maybe replace those with some other funding that they may be able to find within the other departments or economic development, because I can't recall that we have reserved certain amount of money for like a grant money at economic development for this type of issues, but maybe they do have some funding that could be later replaced, but at least have something now that we can convey to the community that will be affected, that there might be some help out there. Obviously, North Temple is an RDA area, and we could also look into the funding there, but we are somewhat committed or internally committed, or at least think that we kind of know what we want to fund in the next fiscal year, but that doesn't mean that we cannot find additional funding. So it's just an idea for discussion. But
Jen, Bruno popped on real quick. I don't know if there's something, and then Darren, I will definitely get to you. Jen?
I just wanted to be clear that anything that the council wants to adopt as part of that, we would need to add to the motion sheet, which we're totally ready to do. Sorry, my connection is really spotty right now, so apologies if I'm choppy. And Councilmember Baldemoros's idea would be a new item. And so I think that would likely be a council added item to the budget amendment, unless you're just asking the Economic Development Department to essentially kind of float it until a future budget amendment where that could be backfilled. Because right now that's not contemplated necessarily in the proposal, but.
Okay.
Unless, sorry, now that I'm thinking about it, one of the other ARPA grant proposals was that direct community grant assistance to be administered by the Economic Development Department, that $2 million. But I think that some council members were looking to those items to reallocate to other uses. And that's the challenge we have here, is that there are some decisions that are a little bit more immediate, and then there's sort of the broader context of all the ARPA. And once you start kind of picking away, it's just like the annual budget, right? Once you kind of decide what to do with little pots of money, it leaves you less flexibility to make big changes overall. So just sharing that.
Darren, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess the reason why I'm hesitant to allocate the $1 million tonight to the overflow shelter is because obviously the overflow shelter is critical and needed, because otherwise people will be living on the street in the freezing cold. But we also will have community impacts, including police overtime, what Anna was talking about with mitigating impacts on neighboring businesses. And I don't know how we're going to pay for those things. And I don't expect that we're going to get support from other government agencies for those needs that we know are going to happen because of this. So I'm hesitant to commit the $1 million that we probably will need for over $1 million worth of impacts that will happen. So I guess I'm not saying I'd never get to the point where I'm willing to support that, but it's just quick for me to be willing to commit that tonight. maybe the December 7th meeting, but I know that there's timing issues with the operation. But yeah, I guess I just think we have so many impacts on our city by allowing this, which we're going to have to pay for some way, and I don't know how that's going to happen. So I'd like to hold back on as much as we can.
Okay. Other discussions on this particular item? Okay. I think based on our timing, I know that we have a break until 7, but there are things that I want to give council members time for, which is reviewing the ordinance during that break. So I know we're going to need the third briefing for the budget amendment. But I think we will stop here. There's been a lot of information thrown at us, and I think council members need a little bit of a break to digest, get our blood sugars back up if you need food. So I'm going to stop this discussion right now and move to the next agenda item, and then we'll come back to this at our third briefing. Thank you, Ben. With that, we are on to our board appointment, and I did see Angela. Hi, Angela. Angela Dean is here as a nominee for the Art Design Advisory Board. Very excited to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I know we kind of have switched the timing, but thank you for accommodating us and for being here for us or with us. If you don't mind just taking a few minutes to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested to be on this board.
Great. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm really honored to be nominated and excited to serve the city in this capacity. I'm an architect. I am principal and founder of AMD Architecture. I've been around about 25 years in Salt Lake. And we're a small kind of specialty custom designer of sustainable buildings. We were involved years ago when Stephen Goldsmith was a planning director in the developing of the high performance building guidelines, sort of pre-lead incentives for the city. And that was a lot of fun. And then I had served on the planning commission for 8 years, been on all kinds of local boards, architectural focused, primarily U.S. Green Building Council, things like that. And I love being involved, love being able to share the piece of talent that I have to contribute to these efforts to improve our city. So this is a nice change from the typical kind of architect focus groups, but I think it's pretty relevant to the work I've been doing just in our profession. We do a lot of kind of outside the box projects that seem to incorporate a lot of kind of public art and play elements already. So I have a little bit of experience in that regard on our own projects. And yeah, just love to see every new project that comes up in the city involving public art. So that's sort of a quick intro, but I'm happy to answer questions.
That's great. Council members, any questions for Angela? Darren?
I'll just want to say hi, Angela. It's good to see you, and I'm excited. I was excited to see your name come through. I think your work in the community, your work with your architecture firm, AMD, has proven to be a benefit to the community. And I'm excited for you to continue serving our community and our city in this volunteer role. So thank you so much for being willing to.
Great, thanks.
And Angela, you may have said this and I missed it, but which district do you live in?
3.
Oh, fine. Oh, I'm just kidding. That's great.
But your business
I've
is
been
in
there
5.
since the early 90s in the same house. So yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I just want to echo what Darren said. Thank you so much for your continued service to Salt Lake City, having been on the Planning Commission and now on this board. I always appreciate people that want to take time out of their busy days to do this important work for the city. So thank you very much. You will be on our oh, Chris, did you want to say something?
Just wanted to say hi and thanks for representing District 3.
Thanks.
So Angela, you will be on our consent agenda later tonight at our formal meeting. You do not have to log in. You're certainly welcome to, but we look forward to having you on this board. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, we are going to adjourn this work session meeting. We will be in our formal session at 7 p.m. Thank you so much and good luck.